Welcome, dear listener, to this evening's audiobook. This reading is brought to you by Sleepy Sounds. Tonight, we will be concluding our adventure with a collection of stories and tales from the Arabian Nights. So as the soft rain starts to fall, let us begin. The story of Sinbad, the Voyager. In the reign of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there lived at Baghdad a poor porter called Sinbad. One day, when the weather was excessively hot, he was employed to carry a heavy burden from one end of the town to the other. Having still a great way to go, he came into a street where a refreshing breeze blew on his face, and the pavement was sprinkled with rosewater. As he could not desire a better place to rest, he took off his load and sat upon it, near a large mansion. He was much pleased that he stopped in this place, for the agreeable smell of wood, of aloes, and of pastilles that came from the house, mixing with the scent of the rosewater, completely perfumed the air. Besides, he heard from within a concert of instrumental music, accompanied with the harmonious notes of nightingales. This charming melody and the smell of savory dishes made the porter conclude there was a feast within. His business seldom leading him that way, he knew not to whom the mansion belonged, but to satisfy his curiosity, he went to some of the servants, whom he saw standing at the gate in magnificent apparel, and asked the name of the proprietor. "How," replied one of them, "do you live in Baghdad, and know not that this is the house of Sinbad, the sailor, that famous voyager who has sailed round the world?" The porter, who had heard of this Sinbad's riches, lifted up his eyes to heaven and said, loud enough to be heard, "Almighty Creator of all things, consider the difference between Sinbad and me. I am every day exposed to fatigues and calamities, and can scarcely get barley bread for myself and my family, whilst happy Sinbad expends immense riches and leads a life of pleasure. What has he done to obtain a lot so agreeable? And what have I done to deserve one so wretched?" Whilst the porter was thus indulging his melancholy, a servant came out of the house, and taking him by the arm, bade him follow him, for Sinbad, his master, wanted to speak to him. The servants brought him into a great hall, where a number of people sat round a table, covered with all sorts of savory dishes. At the upper end sat a venerable gentleman with a long white beard, and behind him stood a number of officers and domestics, all ready to attend his pleasure. This personage was Sinbad. The porter, whose fear was increased at the sight of so many people, and of a banquet so sumptuous, saluted the company, trembling. Sinbad bade him draw near, and seating him at his right hand, served him himself, and gave him a cup of excellent wine. When the repast was over, Sinbad addressed his conversation to Sinbad, and inquired his name and employment. "My lord," answered he, "my name is Sinbad." "I am very glad to see you," replied Sinbad, "but I wish to hear from your own mouth what it was you lately said in the street." Sinbad had himself heard the porter complain through the window, and this it was that induced him to have him brought in. At this request, Sinbad hung down his head in confusion and replied, "My lord, I confess that my fatigue put me out of humor and occasioned me to utter some indiscreet words, which I beg you to pardon. Do not think I am so unjust," resumed Sinbad, "as to resent such a complaint, but I must rectify your error concerning myself. You think, no doubt, that I have acquired, without labor and trouble, the ease which I now enjoy, but do not mistake. I did not attain to this happy condition without enduring for several years more trouble of body and mind than can well be imagined. Yes, gentlemen, he added, speaking to the whole company, I can assure you my troubles were so extraordinary that they were calculated to discourage the most covetous from undertaking such voyages as I did to acquire riches. Perhaps you have never heard a distinct account of my wonderful adventures, and since I have this opportunity, I will give you a faithful account of them, not doubting, but it will be acceptable. The first voyage. I inherited from my father considerable property, the greater part of which I squandered in my youth in dissipation, but I perceived my error and reflected that riches were perishable and quickly consumed by such ill managers as myself. I further considered that by my irregular way of living, I wretchedly misspent my time, which is, of all things, the most valuable. Struck with these reflections, I collected the remains of my fortune and sold all my effects by public auction. I then entered into a contract with some merchants who traded by sea. I took the advice of such as I thought most capable, and resolving to improve what money I had, I embarked with several merchants on board a ship which we had jointly fitted out. We set sail and steered our course toward the Indies through the Persian Gulf, which is formed by the coasts of Arabia Felix on the right and by those of Persia on the left. At first I was troubled with seasickness, but speedily recovered my health and was not afterwards subject to that complaint. In our voyage we touched at several islands where we sold or exchanged our goods. One day, whilst under sail, we were becalmed near a small island, but little elevated above the level of the water, and resembling a green meadow. The captain ordered his sails to be furled, and permitted such persons as were so inclined to land, of which number I was one. But while we were enjoying ourselves in eating and drinking, and recovering ourselves from the fatigue of the sea, the island on a sudden trembled, and shook us terribly. The motion was perceived on board the ship, and we were called upon to re-embark speedily, or we should all be lost, for what we took for an island proved to be the back of a sea monster. The nimblest got into the sloop, others betook themselves to swimming, but for myself, I was still upon the back of the creature when he dived into the sea, and I had time only to catch hold of a piece of wood that we had brought out of the ship. Meanwhile, the captain, having received those on board who were in the sloop, and taken up some of those that swam, resolved to improve the favorable gale that had just risen, and hoisting his sails, pursued his voyage, so that it was impossible for me to recover the ship. Thus was I exposed to the mercy of the waves all the rest of the day and the following night. By this time I found my strength gone, and despaired of saving my life, when happily a wave threw me against an island. The bank was high and rugged, so that I could scarcely have got up, had it not been for some roots of trees, which chance placed within reach. Having gained the land, I lay down upon the ground half dead, until the sun appeared. Then, though I was very feeble, both from hard labor and want of food, I crept along to find some herbs fit to eat, and had the good luck not only to procure some, but likewise to discover a spring of excellent water, which contributed much to recover me. After this, I advanced farther into the island, and at last reached a fine plain, where at a great distance I perceived some horses feeding. I went toward them, and as I approached, heard the voice of a man, who immediately appeared and asked me who I was. I related to him my adventure, after which, taking me by the hand, he led me into a cave where there were several other people, no less amazed to see me than I was to see them. I partook of some provisions which they offered me. I then asked them what they did in such a desert place, to which they answered that they were grooms belonging to the Maharaja, sovereign of the island, and that every year, at the same season, they brought thither the king's horses for pasturage. They added that they were to return home on the morrow, and had I been one day later, I must have perished, because the inhabited part of the island was at a great distance, and it would have been impossible for me to have got thither without a guide. Next morning they returned to the capital of the island, took me with them, and presented me to the Maharaja. He asked me who I was, and by what adventure I had come into his dominions. After I had satisfied him, he told me he was much concerned for my misfortune, and at the same time ordered that I should want nothing, which commands his officers were so generous as to see exactly fulfilled. Being a merchant, I frequented men of my own profession, and particularly inquired for those who were strangers, that perchance I might hear news from Baghdad, or find an opportunity to return. They put 1,000 questions respecting my country, and I, being willing to inform myself as to their laws and customs, asked them concerning everything which I thought worth knowing. There belongs to this king an island named Castle. They assured me that every night a noise of drums was heard there, whence the mariners fancied that it was the residence of Djil. I determined to visit this wonderful place, and in my way thither saw fishes of 100 and 200 cubits long. That occasioned more fear than hurt, for they are so timorous that they will fly upon the rattling of 2 sticks or boards. I saw likewise other fish about a cubit in length that had heads like owls. As I was one day at the port after my return, a ship arrived, and as soon as she cast anchor, they began to unload her, and the merchants on board ordered their goods to be carried into the custom house. As I cast my eye upon some bales and looked to the name, I found my own, and perceived the bales to be the same that I had embarked at Bussorah. I also knew the captain, but being persuaded that he believed me to be drowned, I went and asked him whose bales these were. He replied that they belonged to a merchant of Baghdad called Sinbad, who came to sea with him, but had unfortunately perished on the voyage, and that he had resolved to trade with the bales until he met with some of his family, to whom he might return the profit. I am that Sinbad, said I, whom you thought to be dead, and those bales are mine. When the captain heard me speak thus, heavens, he exclaimed, whom can we trust in these times? There is no faith left among men. I saw Sinbad perish with my own eyes, as did also the passengers on board. And yet you tell me you are that Sinbad. What impudence is this? You tell a horrible falsehood in order to possess yourself of what does not belong to you. Have patience, replied I. Do me the favor to hear what I have to say. Then I told him how I had escaped, and by what adventure I met with the grooms of the Maharaja, who had brought me to his court. The captain was at length persuaded that I was no cheat, for there came people from his ship who knew me, and expressed much joy at seeing me alive. At last he recollected me himself, and embracing me, Heaven be praised, said he, for your happy escape. I cannot express the joy it affords me. There are your goods. Take and do with them as you please. I thanked him, acknowledged his probity, and offered him part of my goods as a present, which he generously refused. I took out what was most valuable in my bales, and presented them to the Maharaja, who, knowing my misfortune, asked me how I came by such rarities. I acquainted him with the circumstance of their recovery. He was pleased at my good luck, accepted my present, and in return gave me one much more considerable. Upon this, I took leave of him and went aboard the same ship. After I had exchanged my goods for the commodities of that country, I carried with me wood of aloes, sandal, camphire, nutmegs, cloves, pepper, and ginger. We passed by several islands, and at last arrived at Bussorah, from whence I came to this city, with the value of 100,000 sequins. My family and I received one another with sincere affection. I bought slaves and a landed estate, and built a magnificent house. Thus I settled myself, resolving to forget the miseries I had suffered, and to enjoy the pleasures of life. Sinbad stopped here, and ordered the musicians to proceed with their concert, which the story had interrupted. The company continued enjoying themselves till the evening, when Sinbad sent for a purse of 100 sequins, and giving it to the porter, said, "Take this, Sinbad, return to your home, and come back tomorrow to hear more of my adventures." The porter went away, astonished at the honor done, and the present made him. The account of this adventure proved very agreeable to his wife and children, who did not fail to return thanks to God for what Providence had sent them by the hand of Sinbad. Sinbad put on his best apparel next day and returned to the bountiful traveler, who welcomed him heartily. When all the guests had arrived, dinner was served. When it was ended, Sinbad, addressing himself to the company, said, "Gentlemen, be pleased to listen to the adventures of my second voyage. They deserve your attention even more than those of the first." Upon this, everyone held his peace, and Sinbad proceeded. The second voyage. I designed, after my first voyage, to spend the rest of my days at Baghdad, but it was not long ere I grew weary of an indolent life. My inclination to trade revived. I bought goods proper for the commerce I intended, and put to sea a second time with merchants of known probity. We embarked on board a good ship, and after recommending ourselves to God, set sail. We traded from island to island and exchanged commodities with great profit. One day we landed on an island covered with several sorts of fruit trees, but we could see neither man nor animal. We went to take a little fresh air in the meadows, along the streams that watered them, whilst some diverted themselves with gathering flowers, and others fruits. I took my wine and provisions, and sat down near a stream betwixt two high trees which formed a thick shade. I made a good meal, and afterward fell asleep. I cannot tell how long I slept, but when I awoke, the ship was gone. I got up and looked around me, but could not see one of the merchants who landed with me. I perceived the ship under sail, but at such a distance that I lost sight of her in a short time. In this sad condition, I was ready to die with grief. I cried out in agony and threw myself upon the ground, where I lay some time in despair. I upbraided myself 100 times for not being content with the produce of my first voyage that might have sufficed me all my life. But all this was in vain, and my repentance came too late. At last I resigned myself to the will of God. Not knowing what to do, I climbed up to the top of a lofty tree, from whence I looked about on all sides, to see if I could discover anything that could give me hopes. When I gazed toward the sea, I could see nothing but sky and water. But looking over the land, I beheld something white, and coming down, I took what provision I had left and went toward it, the distance being so great that I could not distinguish what it was. As I approached, I thought it to be a white dome of a prodigious height and extent, and when I came up to it, I touched it and found it to be very smooth. I went round to see if it was open on any side, but saw that it was not, and that there was no climbing up to the top, as it was so smooth. It was at least 50 paces round. By this time the sun was about to set, and all of a sudden the sky became as dark as if it had been covered with a thick cloud. I was much astonished at this sudden darkness, but much more when I found it occasioned by a bird of a monstrous size that came flying toward me. I remembered that I had often heard mariners speak of a miraculous bird called the Roc, and conceived that the great dome which I so much admired must be its egg. As I perceived the Roc coming, I crept close to the egg, so that I had before me one of the bird's legs, which was as big as the trunk of a tree. I tied myself strongly to it with my turban, in hopes that next morning she would carry me with her out of this desert island. After having passed the night in this condition, the bird flew away as soon as it was daylight, and carried me so high that I could not discern the earth. She afterward descended with so much rapidity that I lost my senses. But when I found myself on the ground, I speedily untied the knot, and had scarcely done so when the Roc, having taken up a serpent of a monstrous length in her bill, flew away. The spot where she left me was encompassed on all sides by mountains that seemed to reach above the clouds, and so steep that there was no possibility of getting out of the valley. This was a new perplexity, so that when I compared this place with the desert island from which the Roc had brought me, I found that I had gained nothing by the change. As I walked through this valley, I perceived it was strewed with diamonds, some of which were of a surprising bigness. I took pleasure in looking upon them, but shortly saw at a distance such objects as greatly diminished my satisfaction, namely, a great number of serpents, so monstrous that the least of them was capable of swallowing an elephant. They retired in the daytime to their dens, where they hid themselves from the Roc, their enemy, and came out only in the night. I spent the day in walking about in the valley, resting myself at times in such places as I thought most convenient. When night came on, I went into a cave, where I thought I might repose in safety. I secured the entrance with a great stone to preserve me from the serpents, but not so far as to exclude the light. I supped on part of my provisions, but the serpents, which began hissing round me, put me into such extreme fear that I could not sleep. When day appeared, the serpents retired, and I came out of the cave trembling. I can justly say that I walked upon diamonds without feeling any inclination to touch them. At last I sat down, and notwithstanding my apprehensions, not having closed my eyes during the night, fell asleep after having eaten a little more of my provision. But I had scarcely shut my eyes when something that fell by me with a great noise awaked me. This was a large piece of raw meat, and at the same time I saw several others fall down from the rocks in different places. I had always regarded as fabulous what I had heard sailors and others relate of the Valley of Diamonds, and of the stratagems employed by merchants to obtain jewels from thence. But now I found that they had stated nothing but truth. For the fact is that the merchants come to the neighborhood of this valley when the eagles have young ones, and, throwing great joints of meat into the valley. The diamonds upon whose points they fall stick to them. The eagles, which are stronger in this country than anywhere else, pounce with great force upon those pieces of meat and carry them to their nests on the rocks to feed their young. The merchants at this time run to the nests, drive off the eagles by their shouts, and take away the diamonds that stick to the meat, until I perceived the device. I had concluded it to be impossible for me to leave this abyss, which I regarded as my grave. But now I changed my opinion and began to think upon the means of my deliverance. I began to collect the largest diamonds I could find and put them into the leather bag in which I used to carry my provisions. I afterward took the largest of the pieces of meat, tied it close round me with the cloth of my turban, and then laid myself upon the ground with my face downward, the bag of diamonds being made fast to my girdle. I had scarcely placed myself in this posture when the eagles came. Each of them seized a piece of meat, and one of the strongest, having taken me up, with the piece of meat to which I was fastened, carried me to his nest on the top of the mountain. The merchants immediately began their shouting to frighten the eagles, and when they had obliged them to quit their prey, one of them came to the nest where I was. He was much alarmed when he saw me, but recovering himself, instead of inquiring how I came thither, began to quarrel with me and asked why I stole his goods. "You will treat me," replied I, "with more civility when you know me better. Do not be uneasy. I have diamonds enough for you and myself, more than all the other merchants together. Whatever they have, they owe to chance, but I selected for myself in the bottom of the valley those which you see in this bag." I had scarcely done speaking when the other merchants came crowding about us, much astonished to see me, but they were much more surprised when I told them my story. They conducted me to their encampment, and there, having opened my bag, they were surprised at the largeness of my diamonds, and confessed that in all the courts which they had visited, they had never seen any of such size and perfection. I prayed the merchant who owned the nest to which I had been carried, for every merchant had his own, to take as many for his share as he pleased. He contented himself with one, and that the least of them, and when I pressed him to take more, "No," said he, "I am very well satisfied with this, which is valuable enough to save me the trouble of making any more voyages, and will raise as great a fortune as I desire." I spent the night with the merchants, to whom I related my story a second time, for the satisfaction of those who had not heard it. I could not moderate my joy when I found myself delivered from the danger I have mentioned. I thought myself in a dream, and could scarcely believe myself out of danger. The merchants had thrown their pieces of meat into the valley for several days, and each of them being satisfied with the diamonds that had fallen to his lot, we left the place the next morning and traveled near high mountains, where there were serpents of a prodigious length, which we had the good fortune to escape. We took shipping at the first port we reached, and touched at the Isle of Roha, where the trees grow that yield camphire. This tree is so large, and its branches so thick, that 100 men may easily sit under its shade. The juice of which the camphire is made exudes from a hole bored in the upper part of the tree, is received in a vessel, where it thickens to a consistency, and becomes what we call camphire. After the juice is thus drawn out, the tree withers and dies. In this island is also found the rhinoceros, an animal less than the elephant, but larger than the buffalo. It has a horn upon its nose, about a cubit in length. This horn is solid and cleft through the middle. The rhinoceros fights with the elephant, runs his horn into his belly, and carries him off upon his head. But the blood and the fat of the elephant running into his eyes and making him blind, he falls to the ground. And then, strange to relate, the roc comes and carries them both away in her claws, for food for her young ones. In this island, I exchanged some of my diamonds for merchandise. From hence we went to other ports, and at last, having touched at several trading towns of the continent, we landed at Bussorah, from whence I proceeded to Baghdad. There, I immediately gave large presents to the poor, and lived honorably upon the vast riches I had gained with so much fatigue. Thus, Sinbad ended his relation, gave Hindbad another 100 sequins, and invited him to come the next day to hear the account of the third voyage. The third voyage. I soon lost the remembrance of the perils I had encountered in my 2 former voyages, said Sinbad, and being in the flower of my age, I grew weary of living without business, and went from Baghdad to Bussorah with the richest commodities of the country. There I embarked again with some merchants. We made a long voyage and touched at several ports, where we carried on a considerable trade. One day, being out in the main ocean, we were overtaken by a dreadful tempest, which drove us from our course. The tempest continued several days, and brought us before the port of an island, which the captain was very unwilling to enter, but we were obliged to cast anchor. When we had furled our sails, the captain told us that this, and some other neighboring islands, were inhabited by hairy savages, who would speedily attack us, and, though they were but dwarfs, yet we must make no resistance, for they were more in number than the locusts, and if we happened to kill one of them, they would all fall upon us and destroy us. We soon found that what he had told us was but too true. An innumerable multitude of frightful savages, about 2 feet high, covered all over with red hair, came swimming towards us and encompassed our ship. They spoke to us as they came near, but we understood not their language, and they climbed up the sides of the ship with such agility as surprised us. They took down our sails, cut the cables, and hauling to the shore, made us all get out, and afterward carried the ship into another island, from whence they had come. We went forward into the island, where we gathered some fruits and herbs to prolong our lives as long as we could, but we expected nothing but death. As we advanced, we perceived at a distance a vast pile of buildings, and made toward it. We found it to be a palace, elegantly built and very lofty, with a gate of ebony, which we forced open. We entered the court, where we saw before us a large apartment with a porch, having on one side a heap of human bones, and on the other a vast number of roasting spits. We trembled at this spectacle, and being fatigued with traveling, fell to the ground, seized with deadly apprehension, and lay a long time motionless. The sun set. The gate of the apartment opened with a loud crash, and there came out the horrible figure of a black man, as tall as a lofty palm tree. He had but one eye, and that in the middle of his forehead, where it looked as red as a burning coal. His 4 teeth were very long and sharp, and stood out of his mouth, which was as deep as that of a horse. His upper lip hung down upon his breast. His ears resembled those of an elephant, and covered his shoulders, and his nails were as long and crooked as the talons of the greatest birds. At the sight of so frightful a giant, we became insensible and lay like dead men. At last we came to ourselves and saw him sitting in the porch looking at us. When he had considered us well, he advanced toward us, and laying his hand upon me, took me up by the nape of my neck and turned me round as a butcher would do a sheep's head. After having examined me and perceiving me to be so lean that I had nothing but skin and bone, he let me go. He took up all the rest one by one and viewed them in the same manner. The captain being the fattest, he held him with one hand, as I would do a sparrow, and thrust a spit through him. He then kindled a great fire, roasted, and ate him in his apartment for his supper. Having finished his repast, he returned to his porch, where he lay and fell asleep, snoring louder than thunder. He slept thus till morning. As to ourselves, it was not possible for us to enjoy any rest, so that we passed the night in the most painful apprehension that can be imagined. When day appeared, the giant awoke, got up, went out, and left us in the palace. When we thought him at a distance, we broke the melancholy silence we had preserved the whole of the night, and filled the palace with our lamentations and groans. We spent the day in traversing the island, supporting ourselves with fruits and herbs as we had done the day before. In the evening we sought for some place of shelter, but found none, so that we were forced, whether we would or not, to go back to the palace. The giant failed not to return, and supped once more upon one of our companions, after which he slept and snored till day, and then went out and left us as before. Our situation appeared to us so dreadful that several of my comrades designed to throw themselves into the sea rather than die so painful a death, upon which one of the company answered that it would be much more reasonable to devise some method to rid ourselves of the monster. Having thought of a project for this purpose, I communicated it to my comrades, who approved it. "Brethren," said I, "you know there is much timber floating upon the coast. If you will be advised by me, let us make several rafts capable of bearing us. In the meantime, we will carry out the design I proposed to you for our deliverance from the giant, and if it succeed, we may remain here patiently awaiting the arrival of some ship. But if it happen to miscarry, we will take to our rafts and put to sea." My advice was approved, and we made rafts capable of carrying 3 persons on each. We returned to the palace toward the evening, and the giant arrived shortly after. We were forced to submit to seeing another of our comrades roasted, but at last we revenged ourselves on the brutish giant in the following manner. After he had finished his supper, he lay down on his back and fell asleep. As soon as we heard him snore, according to his custom, 9 of the boldest among us, and myself, took each of us a spit, and putting the points of them into the fire till they were burning hot, we thrust them into his eye all at once and blinded him. The pain made him break out into a frightful yell. He started up and stretched out his hands in order to sacrifice some of us to his rage, but we ran to such places as he could not reach, and after having sought for us in vain, he groped for the gate and went out, howling in agony. We quitted the palace after the giant and came to the shore, where we had left our rafts and put them immediately to sea. We waited till day in order to get upon them in case the giant should come toward us with any guide of his own species. But we hoped if he did not appear by sunrise and gave over his howling, which we still heard, that he would prove to be dead, and if that happened, we resolved to stay in that island and not to risk our lives upon the rafts. But day had scarcely appeared when we perceived our cruel enemy, accompanied with 2 others, almost of the same size, leading him, and a great number more coming before him at a quick pace. We did not hesitate to take to our rafts and put to sea with all the speed we could. The giants, who perceived this, took up great stones, and running to the shore, entered the water up to the middle, and threw so exactly that they sunk all the rafts but that I was upon, and all my companions, except the 2 with me, were drowned. We rowed with all our might and escaped the giants. But when we got out to sea, we were exposed to the mercy of the waves and winds, and spent that night and the following day under the most painful uncertainty as to our fate. But next morning we had the good fortune to be thrown upon an island, where we landed with much joy. We found excellent fruit, which afforded us great relief and recruited our strength. At night we went to sleep on the seashore, but were awakened by the noise of a serpent of surprising length and thickness, whose scales made a rustling noise as he wound himself along. It swallowed up one of my comrades, notwithstanding his loud cries, and the efforts he made to extricate himself from it. Dashing him several times against the ground, it crushed him, and we could hear it gnaw and tear the poor wretch's bones, though we had fled to a considerable distance. As we walked about, when day returned, we saw a tall tree, upon which we designed to pass the following night for our security, and having satisfied our hunger with fruit, we mounted it before the dusk had fallen. Shortly after, the serpent came hissing to the foot of the tree, raised itself up against the trunk of it, and meeting with my comrade, who sat lower than I, swallowed him at once and went off. I remained upon the tree till it was day, and then came down, more like a dead man than one alive, expecting the same fate as my 2 companions. This filled me with horror, and I advanced some steps to throw myself into the sea. But I withstood this dictate of despair, and submitted myself to the will of God. In the meantime, I collected a great quantity of small wood, brambles, and dry thorns, and making them up into faggots, made a wide circle with them round the tree, and also tied some of them to the branches over my head. Having done this, when the evening came, I shut myself up within this circle, feeling that I had neglected nothing which could preserve me from the cruel destiny with which I was threatened. The serpent failed not to come at the usual hour, and went round the tree, seeking for an opportunity to devour me, but was prevented by the rampart I had made, so that he lay till day, like a cat watching in vain for a mouse that has fortunately reached a place of safety. When day appeared, he retired, but I dared not to leave my fort until the sun arose. I felt so much fatigued by the labor to which it had put me, and suffered so much from the serpent's poisonous breath, that death seemed more eligible to me than the horrors of such a state. I came down from the tree, and was going to throw myself into the sea, when God took compassion on me, and I perceived a ship at a considerable distance. I called as loud as I could, and taking the linen from my turban, displayed it, that they might observe me. This had the desired effect. The crew perceived me, and the captain sent his boat for me. As soon as I came on board, the merchants and seamen flocked about me to know how I came into that desert island, and after I had related to them all that had befallen me, the oldest among them said that they had often heard of the giants that dwelt in that island, that they were cannibals, and as to the serpents, they added, that there were abundance of them that hid themselves by day and came abroad by night. After having testified their joy at my escaping so many dangers, they brought me the best of their provisions, and the captain, seeing that I was in rags, was so generous as to give me one of his own suits. We continued at sea for some time, touched at several islands, and at last landed at that of Salabat, where sandalwood is obtained, which is of great use in medicine. We entered the port and came to anchor. The merchants began to unload their goods in order to sell or exchange them. In the meantime, the captain came to me and said, "Brother, I have here some goods that belong to a merchant who sailed some time on board this ship, and he being dead, I design to dispose of them for the benefit of his heirs." The bales he spoke of lay on the deck, and showing them to me, he said, "There are the goods. I hope you will take care to sell them, and you shall have factorage." I thanked him for thus affording me an opportunity of employing myself, because I hated to be idle. The clerk of the ship took an account of all the bales, with the names of the merchants to whom they belonged, and when he asked the captain in whose name he should enter those he had given me the charge of, "Enter them," said the captain, "in the name of Sinbad." I could not hear myself named without some emotion, and looking steadfastly on the captain, I knew him to be the person who, in my second voyage, had left me in the island where I fell asleep. I was not surprised that he, believing me to be dead, did not recognize me. "Captain," said I, "was the merchant's name to whom those bales belonged Sinbad?" "Yes," replied he, "that was his name. He came from Baghdad and embarked on board my ship at Bussorah." "You believe him, then, to be dead?" said I. "Certainly," answered he. "No, captain," resumed I. "Look at me, and you may know that I am Sinbad." The captain, having considered me attentively, recognized me. "God be praised," said he, embracing me. "I rejoice that fortune has rectified my fault. There are your goods, which I always took care to preserve." I took them from him and made him the acknowledgments to which he was entitled. From the Isle of Salabat we went to another, where I furnished myself with cloves, cinnamon, and other spices. As we sailed from this island, we saw a tortoise 20 cubits in length and breadth. We observed also an amphibious animal like a cow, which gave milk. Its skin is so hard that they usually make bucklers of it. In short, after a long voyage, I arrived at Bussorah, and from thence returned to Baghdad, with so much wealth that I knew not its extent. I gave a great deal to the poor, and bought another considerable estate, in addition to what I had already. Thus, Sinbad finished the history of his third voyage, gave another 100 sequins to Sinbad, and invited him to dinner again the next day to hear the story of his fourth series of adventures. The fourth voyage. The pleasures which I enjoyed after my third voyage had not charms sufficient to divert me from another. My passion for trade and my love of novelty again prevailed. I therefore settled my affairs, and having provided a stock of goods fit for the traffic I designed to engage in, I set out on my journey. I took the route of Persia, traveled over several provinces, and then arrived at a port where I embarked. We hoisted our sails and touched at several ports of the continent, and then put out to sea, when we were overtaken by such a sudden gust of wind as obliged the captain to lower his yards, and take all other necessary precautions to prevent the danger that threatened us. But all was in vain. Our endeavors had no effect. The sails were split in 1,000 pieces, and the ship was stranded. Several of the merchants and seamen were drowned, and the cargo was lost. I had the good fortune, with several of the merchants and mariners, to get upon some planks, and we were carried by the current to an island which lay before us. There we found fruit and spring water, which preserved our lives. We stayed all night, near the place where we had been cast ashore, and next morning, as soon as the sun was up, advancing into the island, saw some houses, which we approached. As soon as we drew near, we were encompassed by a great number of Negroes, who seized us and carried us to their respective habitations. I and 5 of my comrades were carried to one place. Here they made us sit down and gave us a certain herb, which they made signs to us to eat. My comrades, not taking notice that the blacks ate none of it themselves, thought only of satisfying their hunger and ate with greediness. But I, suspecting some trick, would not so much as taste it, which happened well for me, for in a little time after I perceived my companions had lost their senses, and that when they spoke to me, they knew not what they said. The Negroes fed us afterward with rice, prepared with oil of cocoa nuts, and my comrades, who had lost their reason, ate of it greedily. I also partook of it, but very sparingly. They gave us that herb at first on purpose to deprive us of our senses, that we might not be aware of the sad destiny prepared for us, and they supplied us with rice to fatten us, for, being cannibals, their design was to eat us as soon as we grew fat. This accordingly happened, for they devoured my comrades, who were not sensible of their condition, but my senses being entire, you may easily guess that instead of growing fat, I grew leaner every day. The fear of death under which I labored caused me to fall into a languishing distemper, which proved my safety. For the Negroes, having eaten my companions, seeing me to be withered and sick, deferred my death. Meanwhile, I had much liberty, so that scarcely any notice was taken of what I did. And this gave me an opportunity one day to get at a distance from the houses and to make my escape. An old man, who saw me and suspected my design, called to me as loud as he could to return, but I redoubled my speed and quickly got out of sight. At that time, there was none but the old man about the houses, the rest being abroad, and not to return till night, which was usual with them. Therefore, being sure that they could not arrive in time enough to pursue me, I went on till night, when I stopped to rest a little and to eat some of the provisions I had secured. But I speedily set forward again and traveled 7 days, avoiding those places which seemed to be inhabited, and lived for the most part upon cocoa nuts, which served me both for meat and drink. On the 8th day I came near the sea and saw some white people like myself gathering pepper, of which there was great plenty in that place. This I took to be a good omen, and went to them without any scruple. They came to meet me as soon as they saw me, and asked me in Arabic who I was, and whence I came. I was overjoyed to hear them speak in my own language, and satisfied their curiosity by giving them an account of my shipwreck, and how I fell into the hands of the Negroes. Those Negroes, replied they, eat men, and by what miracle did you escape their cruelty? I related to them the circumstances I have just mentioned, at which they were wonderfully surprised. I stayed with them till they had gathered their quantity of pepper, and then sailed with them to the island from whence they had come. They presented me to their king, who was a good prince. He had the patience to hear the relation of my adventures, and he afterward gave me clothes and commanded care to be taken of me. The island was very well peopled, plentiful in everything, and the capital a place of great trade. This agreeable retreat was very comfortable to me after my misfortunes, and the kindness of this generous prince completed my satisfaction. In a word, there was not a person more in favor with him than myself, and consequently, every man in court and city sought to oblige me, so that in a very little time I was looked upon rather as a native than a stranger. I observed one thing which to me appeared very extraordinary. All the people, the king himself not excepted, rode their horses without bridle or stirrups. This made me one day take the liberty to ask the king how it came to pass. His Majesty answered that I talked to him of things which nobody knew the use of in his dominions. I went immediately to a workman and gave him a model for making the stock of a saddle. When that was done, I covered it myself with velvet and leather and embroidered it with gold. I afterward went to a smith who made me a bit according to the pattern I showed him, and also some stirrups. When I had all things completed, I presented them to the king and put them upon one of his horses. His Majesty mounted immediately and was so pleased with them that he testified his satisfaction by large presents. As I paid my court very constantly to the king, he said to me one day, "Sinbad, I love thee, and I have one thing to demand of thee, which thou must grant." "Sir," answered I, "there is nothing but I will do as a mark of my obedience to your Majesty." "I have a mind thou shouldst marry," replied he, "that so thou mayest stay in my dominions and think no more of thy own country." I durst not resist the prince's will, and he gave me one of the ladies of his court, noble, beautiful, and rich. The ceremonies of marriage being over, I went and dwelt with my wife, and for some time we lived together in perfect harmony. I was not, however, satisfied with my banishment, therefore designed to make my escape the first opportunity, and to return to Baghdad. At this time the wife of one of my neighbors fell sick and died. I went to see and comfort him in his affliction, and finding him absorbed in sorrow, I said to him as soon as I saw him, "God preserve you and grant you a long life." "Alas," replied he, "how do you think I should obtain the favor you wish me? I have not above an hour to live." "Pray," said I, "do not entertain such a melancholy thought. I hope I shall enjoy your company many years." "I wish you," he replied, "a long life, but my days are at an end, for I must be buried this day with my wife. This is a law which our ancestors established in this island, and it is always observed. The living husband is interred with the dead wife, and the living wife with the dead husband. Nothing can save me. Everyone must submit to this law." While he was giving me an account of this barbarous custom, the very relation of which chilled my blood, his kindred, friends, and neighbors came in a body to assist at the funeral. They dressed the corpse of the woman in her richest apparel, and all her jewels, as if it had been her wedding day. Then they placed her in an open coffin and began their march to the place of burial, the husband walking at the head of the company. They proceeded to a high mountain, and when they had reached the place of their destination, they took up a large stone, which covered the mouth of a deep pit and let down the corpse with all its apparel and jewels. Then the husband, embracing his kindred and friends, suffered himself, without resistance, to be put into another open coffin with a pot of water and 7 small loaves, and was let down in the same manner. The ceremony being over, the aperture was again covered with the stone, and the company returned. It is needless for me to tell you that I was a melancholy spectator of this funeral. While the rest were scarcely moved, the custom was to them so familiar, I could not forbear communicating to the king my sentiment respecting the practice. "Sir," I said, "I cannot but feel astonished at the strange usage observed in this country of burying the living with the dead. I have been a great traveler and seen many countries, but never heard of so cruel a law." "What do you mean, Sinbad?" replied the king. "It is a common law. I shall be interred with the queen, my wife, if she die first." "But, sir," said I, "may I presume to ask your majesty if strangers be obliged to observe this law?" "Without doubt," returned the king. "They are not exempted if they be married in this island." I returned home, much depressed by this answer, for the fear of my wife's dying first, and that I should be interred alive with her, occasioned me very uneasy reflections. But there was no remedy. I must have patience and submit to the will of God. I trembled, however, at every little indisposition of my wife, and alas, in a little time my fears were realized, for she fell sick and died. The king and all his court expressed their wish to honor the funeral with their presence, and the most considerable people of the city did the same. When all was ready for the ceremony, the corpse was put into a coffin with all her jewels and her most magnificent apparel. The procession began, and as second actor in this doleful tragedy, I went next, the corpse, with my eyes full of tears, bewailing my deplorable fate. Before we reached the mountain, I made an attempt to affect the minds of the spectators. I addressed myself to the king first, and then to all those that were round me, bowing before them to the earth and kissing the border of their garments. I prayed them to have compassion upon me. "Consider," said I, "that I am a stranger and ought not to be subject to this rigorous law, and that I have another wife and children in my own country." Although I spoke in the most pathetic manner, no one was moved by my address. On the contrary, they ridiculed my dread of death as cowardly, made haste to let my wife's corpse into the pit, and lowered me down the next moment in an open coffin with a vessel full of water and 7 loaves. As I approached the bottom, I discovered by the aid of the little light that came from above the nature of this subterranean place. It seemed an endless cavern, and might be about 50 fathoms deep. Instead of losing my courage and calling death to my assistance in that miserable condition, however, I felt still an inclination to live, and to do all I could to prolong my days. I went groping about for the bread and water that was in my coffin, and took some of it, though the darkness of the cave was so great that I could not distinguish day and night. Yet I always found my coffin again, and the cave seemed to be more spacious than it had appeared to be at first. I lived for some days upon my bread and water, which being all spent, I at last prepared for death. I was offering up my last devotions when I heard something tread, and breathing or panting as it walked. I advanced toward that side from whence I heard the noise, and on my approach, the creature puffed and blew harder, as if running away from me. I followed the noise, and the thing seemed to stop sometimes, but always fled and blew as I approached. I pursued it for a considerable time, till at last I perceived a light, resembling a star. I went on, sometimes lost sight of it, but always found it again, and at last discovered that it came through a hole in the rock, large enough to admit a man. Upon this, I stopped some time to rest, being much fatigued with the rapidity of my progress. Afterward, coming up to the hole, I got through and found myself upon the seashore. I leave you to guess the excess of my joy. It was such that I could scarcely persuade myself that the whole was not a dream. But when I was recovered from my surprise and convinced of the reality of my escape, I perceived what I had followed to be a creature which came out of the sea and was accustomed to enter the cavern when the tides were high. I examined the mountain and found it to be situated betwixt the sea and the town, but without any passage to or communication with the latter, the rocks on the seaside being high and perpendicularly steep. I prostrated myself on the shore to thank God for this mercy, and afterward entered the cave again to fetch bread and water, which I ate by daylight with a better appetite than I had done since my interment in the dark cavern. I returned thither a second time, and groped among the coffins for all the diamonds, rubies, pearls, gold bracelets, and rich stuffs I could find. These I brought to the shore, and tying them up neatly into bales, I laid them together upon the beach, waiting till some ship might appear. After 2 or 3 days, I perceived a ship just come out of the harbor, making for the place where I was. I made a sign with the linen of my turban and called to the crew as loud as I could. They heard me and sent a boat to bring me on board. When they asked by what misfortune I came thither, I told them that I had suffered shipwreck 2 days before and made shift to get ashore with the goods they saw. It was fortunate for me that these people did not consider the place where I was, nor inquire into the probability of what I told them, but without hesitation took me on board. When I came to the ship, the captain was so well pleased to have saved me, and so much taken up with his own affairs, that he also took the story of my pretended shipwreck upon trust, and generously refused some jewels which I offered him. We passed by several islands, and among others that called the Isle of Bells, about 10 days' sail from Serendib, and 6 from that of Kella, where we landed. This island produces lead mines, Indian canes, and excellent campfire. The king of the Isle of Kella is very rich and powerful, and the Isle of Bells, which is about 2 days' journey in extent, is also subject to him. The inhabitants are so barbarous that they still eat human flesh. After we had finished our traffic in that island, we put to sea again and touched at several other ports. At last, I arrived happily at Baghdad with infinite riches. Out of gratitude to God for his mercies, I contributed liberally toward the support of several mosques and the subsistence of the poor, and gave myself up to the society of my kindred and friends, enjoying myself with them in festivities and amusements. Here Sinbad finished the relation of his 4th voyage. He made a new present of 100 sequins to Sinbad, whom he requested to return with the rest next day at the same hour to dine with him, and hear the story of his 5th voyage. Sinbad and the other guests took their leave and retired. Next morning, when they all met, they sat down at table And when dinner was over, Sinbad began the relation of his 5th voyage as follows. The 5th voyage. All the troubles and calamities I had undergone, said he, could not cure me of my inclination to make new voyages. I therefore bought goods, departed with them for the best seaport, and that I might not be obliged to depend upon a captain, but have a ship at my own command, I remained there till one was built on purpose. When the ship was ready, I went on board with my goods. But not having enough to load her, I agreed to take with me several merchants of different nations with their merchandise. We sailed with the first fair wind, and after a long navigation, the first place we touched at was a desert island, where we found an egg of a rock, equal in size to that I formerly mentioned. There was a young roc in it, just ready to be hatched, and its bill had begun to appear. The merchants whom I had taken on board, and who landed with me, broke the egg with hatchets, pulled out the young roc, piecemeal, and roasted it. I had earnestly entreated them not to meddle with the egg, but they would not listen to me. Scarcely had they finished their repast, when there appeared in the air at a considerable distance from us 2 great clouds. The captain whom I had hired to navigate my ship said they were the male and female roc that belonged to the young one, and pressed us to re-embark with all speed, to prevent the misfortune which he saw would otherwise befall us. We hastened on board and set sail with all possible expedition. In the meantime, the 2 rocs approached with a frightful noise, which they redoubled when they saw the egg broken and their young one gone. They flew back in the direction they had come and disappeared for some time, while we made all the sail we could to endeavor to prevent that which unhappily befell us. They soon returned, and we observed that each of them carried between its talons rocks of a monstrous size. When they came directly over my ship, they hovered, and one of them let fall a stone, but by the dexterity of the steersman it missed us. The other roc, to our misfortune, threw his burden so exactly upon the middle of the ship as to split it into 1,000 pieces. The mariners and passengers were all crushed to death, or sank. I myself was of the number of the latter, but as I came up again, I fortunately caught hold of a piece of the wreck, and swimming sometimes with one hand and sometimes with the other, I came to an island and got safely ashore. I sat down upon the grass to recover myself from my fatigue, after which I went into the island to explore it. I found trees everywhere, some of them bearing green and others ripe fruits, and streams of fresh, pure water. I ate of the fruits, which I found excellent, and drank of the water, which was very good. When I was a little advanced into the island, I saw an old man who appeared very weak and infirm. He was sitting on the bank of a stream, and at first I took him to be one who had been shipwrecked like myself. I went toward him and saluted him, but he only slightly bowed his head. I asked him why he sat so still, but instead of answering me, he made a sign for me to take him upon my back and carry him over the brook, signifying that it was to gather fruit. I believed him really to stand in need of my assistance, took him upon my back, and having carried him over, bade him get down, and for that end stooped, that he might get off with ease. But instead of doing so, which I laugh at every time I think of it, the old man, who to me appeared quite decrepit, clasped his legs nimbly about my neck. He sat astride upon my shoulders and held my throat so tight that I thought he would have strangled me, the apprehension of which made me swoon and fall down. Notwithstanding my fainting, the ill-natured old fellow kept fast about my neck, but opened his legs a little to give me time to recover my breath. When I had done so, he thrust one of his feet against my stomach and struck me so rudely on the side with the other that he forced me to rise up against my will. Having arisen, he made me walk under the trees and forced me now and then to stop, to gather and eat fruit. He never left me all day, and when I lay down to rest at night, laid himself down with me, holding always fast about my neck. Every morning he pushed me to make me awake, and afterward obliged me to get up and walk, and pressed me with his feet. One day I found in my way several dry calabashes that had fallen from a tree. I took a large one, and after cleaning it, pressed into it some juice of grapes, which abounded in the island. Having filled the calabash, I put it by in a convenient place, and going thither again some days after, I tasted it, and found the wine so good that it soon made me forget my sorrow, gave me new vigor, and so exhilarated my spirits that I began to sing and dance as I walked along. The old man, perceiving the effect which this liquor had upon me, and that I carried him with more ease than before, made me a sign to give him some of it. I handed him the calabash, and the liquor pleasing his palate, he drank it all off. There being a considerable quantity of it, he became intoxicated, and the fumes getting up into his head, he began to sing after his manner, and to dance, thus loosening his legs from about me by degrees. Finding that he did not press me as before, I threw him upon the ground, where he lay without motion. I then took up a great stone and crushed him. I was extremely glad to be thus freed forever from this troublesome fellow. I now walked toward the beach, where I met the crew of a ship that had cast anchor to take in water. They were surprised to see me, but more so at hearing the particulars of my adventures. "You fell," said they, "into the hands of the old man of the sea, and are the first who ever escaped strangling by his malicious tricks. He never quits those he has once made himself master of, till he has destroyed them, and he has made this island notorious by the number of men he has slain. After having informed me of these things, they carried me with them to the ship, and the captain received me with great kindness. When they told him what had befallen me, he put out again to sea, and after some days' sail, we arrived at the harbor of a great city. One of the merchants who had taken me into his friendship invited me to go along with him, and carried me to a place appointed for the accommodation of foreign merchants. He gave me a large bag, and having recommended me to some people of the town who used to gather cocoa nuts, desired them to take me with them. "Go," said he, "follow them, and act as you see them do, but do not separate from them, otherwise you may endanger your life." Having thus spoken, he gave me provisions for the journey, and I went with them. We came to a thick forest of cocoa trees, very lofty, with trunks so smooth that it was not possible to climb to the branches that bore the fruit. When we entered the forest, we saw a great number of apes of several sizes, who fled as soon as they perceived us, and climbed up to the top of the trees with surprising swiftness. The merchants with whom I was gathered stones and threw them at the apes on the trees. I did the same, and the apes, out of revenge, threw cocoa nuts at us so fast, and with such gestures, as sufficiently testified their anger and resentment. We gathered up the cocoa nuts, and from time to time threw stones to provoke the apes, so that by this stratagem we filled our bags with cocoa nuts, which it had been impossible otherwise to have done. When we had gathered our number, we returned to the city, where the merchant who had sent me to the forest gave me the value of the cocos I brought. "Go on," said he, "and do the like every day until you have got money enough to carry you home." I thanked him for his advice, and gradually collected as many coconuts as produced me a considerable sum. The vessel in which I had come sailed with some merchants who loaded her with cocoa nuts. I embarked in her all the nuts I had, and when she was ready to sail, took leave of the merchant who had been so kind to me. We sailed toward the islands where pepper grows in great plenty. From thence we went to the Isle of Kamari, where the best species of wood of aloes grows. I exchanged my cocoa in those 2 islands for pepper and wood of aloes, and went with other merchants a pearl fishing. I hired divers, who brought me up some that were very large and pure. I embarked in a vessel that happily arrived at Bussorah. From thence I returned to Baghdad, where I made vast sums from my pepper, wood of aloes, and pearls. I gave the 10th of my gains in alms, as I had done upon my return from my other voyages, and endeavored to dissipate my fatigues by amusements of different kinds. When Sinbad had finished his story, he ordered 100 sequins to be given to Hindbad, who retired with the other guests. But next morning the same company returned to dine, when Sinbad requested their attention and gave the following account of his 6th voyage. The 6th voyage. "You long without doubt to know," said he, "how, after having been shipwrecked 5 times and escaped so many dangers, I could resolve again to tempt fortune and expose myself to new hardships. I am, myself, astonished at my conduct when I reflect upon it, and must certainly have been actuated by my destiny. But be that as it may, after a year's rest, I prepared for a 6th voyage, notwithstanding the entreaties of my kindred, who did all in their power to dissuade me. Instead of taking my way by the Persian Gulf, I traveled once more through several provinces of Persia and the Indies, and arrived at a seaport, where I embarked in a ship, the captain of which was bound on a long voyage. It was long indeed, for the captain and pilot lost their course. They, however, at last discovered where they were, but we had no reason to rejoice at the circumstance. Suddenly, we saw the captain quit his post, uttering loud lamentations. He threw off his turban, pulled his beard, and beat his head like a madman. We asked him the reason, and he answered that he was in the most dangerous place in all the ocean. "A rapid current carries the ship along with it," said he, "and we shall all perish in less than a quarter of an hour. Pray to God to deliver us from this peril. We cannot escape if he do not take pity on us." At these words, he ordered the sails to be lowered, but all the ropes broke, and the ship was carried by the current to the foot of an inaccessible mountain, where she struck and went to pieces, yet in such a manner that we saved our lives, our provisions, and the best of our goods. This being over, the captain said to us, "God has done what pleased him. Each of us may dig his grave and bid the world adieu, for we are all in so fatal a place that none shipwrecked here ever returned to their homes." His discourse afflicted us sensibly, and we embraced each other, bewailing our deplorable lot. The mountain at the foot of which we were wrecked formed part of the coast of a very large island. It was covered with wrecks, with human bones, and with a vast quantity of goods and riches. In all other places, rivers run from their channels into the sea. But here, a river of fresh water runs out of the sea into a dark cavern, whose entrance is very high and spacious. What is most remarkable in this place is that the stones of the mountain are of crystal, rubies, or other precious stones. Here is also a sort of fountain of pitch or bitumen that runs into the sea, which the fish swallow and turn into ambergris, and this the waves throw up on the beach in great quantities. Trees also grow here, most of which are wood of aloes, equal in goodness to those of Komari. To finish the description of this place, which may well be called a gulf, since nothing ever returns from it, it is not possible for ships to get off when once they approach within a certain distance. If they be driven thither by a wind from the sea, the wind and the current impel them, and if they come into it when a land wind blows, the height of the mountain stops the wind and occasions a calm, so that the force of the current carries them ashore. And what completes the misfortune is that there is no possibility of ascending the mountain or of escaping by sea. We continued upon the shore in a state of despair and expected death every day. At first, we divided our provisions as equally as we could, and thus everyone lived a longer or shorter time, according to his temperance and the use he made of his provisions. I survived all my companions, yet when I buried the last, I had so little provision remaining that I thought I could not long endure, and I dug a grave, resolving to lie down in it, because there was no one left to inter me. But it pleased God once more to take compassion on me, and put it in my mind to go to the bank of the river which ran into the great cavern. Considering its probable course with great attention, I said to myself, this river, which runs thus underground, must somewhere have an issue. If I make a raft and leave myself to the current, it will convey me to some inhabited country, or I shall perish. If I be drowned, I lose nothing, but only change one kind of death for another. I immediately went to work upon large pieces of timber and cables, for I had choice of them, and tied them together so strongly that I soon made a very solid raft. When I had finished, I loaded it with rubies, emeralds, ambergris, rock crystal, and bales of rich stuffs. Having balanced my cargo exactly and fastened it well to the raft, I went on board with 2 oars that I had made, and leaving it to the course of the river, resigned myself to the will of God. As soon as I entered the cavern, I lost all light, and the stream carried me I knew not whither. Thus I floated some days in perfect darkness, and once found the arch so low that it very nearly touched my head, which made me cautious afterward to avoid the like danger. All this while I ate nothing but what was just necessary to support nature. Yet, notwithstanding my frugality, all my provisions were spent. Then a pleasing stupor seized upon me. I cannot tell how long it continued, but when I revived, I was surprised to find myself in an extensive plain on the brink of a river, where my raft was tied, amidst a great number of Negroes. I got up as soon as I saw them, and saluted them. They spoke to me, but I did not understand their language. I was so transported with joy that I knew not whether I was asleep or awake. But being persuaded that I was not asleep, I recited aloud the following words in Arabic: Call upon the Almighty, He will help thee. Thou needest not perplex thyself about anything else. Shut thy eyes, and while thou art asleep, God will change thy bad fortune into good. One of the blacks, who understood Arabic, hearing me speak thus, came toward me and said, "Brother, be not surprised to see us. We are inhabitants of this country, and came hither today to water our fields. We observed something floating upon the water, and, perceiving your raft, one of us swam into the river and brought it hither, where we fastened it, as you see, until you should awake. Pray tell us your history, for it must be extraordinary. How did you venture yourself into this river, and whence did you come?" I begged of them first to give me something to eat, and then I would satisfy their curiosity. They gave me several sorts of food, and when I had satisfied my hunger, I related all that had befallen me, which they listened to with attentive surprise. As soon as I had finished, they told me, by the person who spoke Arabic, and interpreted to them what I said, that it was one of the most wonderful stories they had ever heard, and that I must go along with them and tell it to their king myself, it being too extraordinary to be related by any other than the person to whom the events had happened. They immediately sent for a horse, which was brought in a little time, and having helped me to mount, some of them walked before to show the way, while the rest took my raft and cargo and followed. We marched till we came to the capital of Serene, for it was in that island I had landed. The blacks presented me to their king. I approached his throne and saluted him as I used to do the kings of the Indies. That is to say, I prostrated myself at his feet. The prince ordered me to rise, received me with an obliging air, and made me sit down near him. I related to the king all that I have told you, and his majesty was so surprised and pleased that he commanded my adventures to be written in letters of gold and laid up in the archives of his kingdom. At last my raft was brought in, and the bales opened in his presence. He admired the quantity of wood, of aloes and ambergris, but, above all, the rubies and emeralds, for he had none in his treasury that equaled them. Observing that he looked on my jewels with pleasure, I fell prostrate at his feet, and took the liberty to say to him, "Sir, not only my person is at your majesty's service, but the cargo of the raft, and I would beg of you to dispose of it as your own." He answered me with a smile, "Sinbad, I will take care not to covet anything of yours, or to take anything from you that God has given you. Far from lessening your wealth, I design to augment it, and will not let you quit my dominions without marks of my liberality." He then charged one of his officers to take care of me, and ordered people to serve me at his own expense. The officer was very faithful in the execution of his commission, and caused all the goods to be carried to the lodgings provided for me. I went every day at a set hour to make my court to the king, and spent the rest of my time in viewing the city, and what was most worthy of notice, the capital of Serene stands at the end of a fine valley, in the middle of the island, encompassed by mountains the highest in the world. Rubies and several sorts of minerals abound, and the rocks are for the most part composed of a metal and stone made use of to cut and polish other precious stones. All kinds of rare plants and trees grow there, especially cedars and coconut. There is also a pearl fishing in the mouth of its principal river, and in some of its valleys are found diamonds. I made, by way of devotion, a pilgrimage to the place where Adam was confined after his banishment from paradise, and had the curiosity to go to the top of the mountain. When I returned to the city, I prayed the king to allow me to return to my own country, and he granted me permission in the most honorable manner. he would needs force a rich present upon me, and when I went to take my leave of him, he gave me one much more considerable, and at the same time charged me with a letter for the commander of the faithful, our sovereign, saying to me, I pray you give this present from me and this letter to the Caliph and assure him of my friendship. I took the present and letter and promised His Majesty punctually to execute the commission with which he was pleased to honor me. The letter from the King of Serendib was written on the skin of a certain animal of great value, because of its being so scarce and of a yellowish color. The characters of this letter were of azure, and the contents as follows. The King of the Indies, before whom march 100 elephants, who lives in a palace that shines with 100,000 rubies, and who has in his treasury 20,000 crowns enriched with diamonds. To Caliph Harun al-Rashid, though the present we send you be inconsiderable, receive it, however, as a brother, in consideration of the hearty friendship which we bear for you, and of which we are willing to give you proof. We desire the same part in your friendship, considering that we believe it to be our merit, being of the same dignity with yourself. We conjure you this in quality of a brother. Adieu. The present consisted, first, of one single ruby made into a cup, about half a foot high, an inch thick, and filled with round pearls of half a drachm each. 2. The skin of a serpent, whose scales were as large as an ordinary piece of gold, and had the virtue to preserve from sickness those who lay upon it. 3. 50,000 drams of the best wood of aloes, with 30 grains of camphire as big as pistachios. And 4. A female slave of ravishing beauty, whose apparel was all covered over with jewels. The ship set sail, and after a very successful navigation we landed at Bussorah, and from thence I went to Baghdad, where the first thing I did was to acquit myself of my commission. I took the King of Serendib's letter and went to present myself at the gate of the commander of the faithful, followed by the beautiful slave, and such of my own family as carried the gifts. I stated the reason of my coming, and was immediately conducted to the throne of the Caliph. I made my reverence, and, after a short speech, gave him the letter and present. When he had read what the King of Serendib wrote to him, he asked me if the prince were really so rich and potent as he represented himself in his letter. I prostrated myself a second time, and rising again, said, Commander of the faithful, I can assure your majesty he doth not exceed the truth. Nothing is more worthy of admiration than the magnificence of his palace. When the prince appears in public, he has a throne fixed on the back of an elephant, and marches betwixt two ranks of his ministers, favorites, and other people of his court. Before him, upon the same elephant, an officer carries a golden lance in his hand, and behind the throne there is another, who stands upright with a column of gold, on the top of which is an emerald half a foot long and an inch thick. Before him march a guard of 1,000 men, clad in cloth of gold and silk, and mounted on elephants richly caparisoned. While the king is on his march, the officer who is before him on the same elephant cries from time to time, with a loud voice, Behold, the great monarch, the potent and redoubtable Sultan of the Indies, whose palace is covered with 100,000 rubies, and who possesses 20,000 crowns of diamonds. Behold, the monarch greater than Solomon, and the powerful Maharaja. After he has pronounced those words, the officer behind the throne cries in his turn, This monarch, so great and so powerful, must die, must die, must die. And the officer before replies, Praise be to him who liveth forever. Furthermore, the king of Serendib is so just that there are no judges in his dominions. His people have no need of them. They understand and observe justice rigidly of themselves. The caliph was much pleased with my account. The wisdom of that king, said he, appears in his letter, and after what you tell me, I must confess that his wisdom is worthy of his people, and his people deserve so wise a prince. Having spoken thus, he dismissed me and sent me home with a rich present. Sinbad left off, and his company retired, Sinbad having first received 100 sequins, and next day they returned to hear the relation of his 7th and last voyage. The 7th and last voyage. Being returned from my 6th voyage, said Sinbad, I absolutely laid aside all thoughts of traveling, for besides that my age now required rest, I was resolved no more to expose myself to such risks as I had encountered, so that I thought of nothing but to pass the rest of my days in tranquility. One day, however, as I was treating my friends, one of my servants came and told me that an officer of the caliph's inquired for me. I rose from table and went to him. The caliph, said he, has sent me to tell you that he must speak with you. I followed the officer to the palace, where, being presented to the caliph, I saluted him by prostrating myself at his feet. Sinbad, said he to me, I stand in need of your service. You must carry my answer and present to the king of Serendib. It is but just I should return his civility. This command of the caliph was to me like a clap of thunder. Commander of the faithful, I replied, I am ready to do whatever your majesty shall think fit to command, but I beseech you most humbly to consider what I have undergone. I have also made a vow never to go out of Baghdad. Hence, I took occasion to give him a full and particular account of all my adventures, which he had the patience to hear out. As soon as I had finished, I confess, said he, that the things you tell me are very extraordinary. Yet you must, for my sake, undertake this voyage which I propose to you. You will only have to go to the Isle of Serendib and deliver the commission which I give you, for you know it would not comport with my dignity to be indebted to the king of that island. Perceiving that the caliph insisted upon my compliance, I submitted and told him that I was willing to obey. He was very well pleased and ordered me 1,000 sequins for the expenses of my journey. I prepared for my departure in a few days, and as soon as the caliph's letter and present were delivered to me, I went to Bussorah, where I embarked, and had a very happy voyage. Having arrived at the Isle of Serendib, I acquainted the king's ministers with my commission, and prayed them to get me speedy audience. They did so, and I was conducted to the palace, where I saluted the king by prostration, according to custom. That prince knew me immediately, and testified very great joy at seeing me. Sinbad, said he, you are welcome. I have many times thought of you since you departed. I bless the day on which we see one another once more. I made my compliments to him, and after having thanked him for his kindness, delivered the caliph's letter and present, which he received with all imaginable satisfaction. The caliph's present was a complete suit of cloth of gold, valued at 1,000 sequins, 50 robes of rich stuff, 100 of white cloth, the finest of Cairo, Suez, and Alexandria, a vessel of agate broader than deep, an inch thick, and half a foot wide, the bottom of which represented in bas-relief a man with one knee on the ground, who held a bow and an arrow ready to discharge at a lion. He sent him also a rich tablet, which, according to tradition, belonged to the great Solomon. The caliph's letter was as follows: Greeting. In the name of the sovereign guide of the right way, from the dependent on God, Harun al-Rashid, whom God hath set in the place of vicegerent to his prophet, after his ancestors of happy memory, to the potent and esteemed Raja of Serendib, we received your letter with joy, and send you this from our imperial residence, the garden of superior wits. We hope when you look upon it, you will perceive our good intention, and be pleased with it. Adieu. The king of Serendib was highly gratified that the caliph answered his friendship. A little time after this audience, I solicited leave to depart, and had much difficulty to obtain it. I procured it, however, at last, and the king, when he dismissed me, made me a very considerable present. I embarked immediately to return to Baghdad, but had not the good fortune to arrive there so speedily as I had hoped. God ordered it otherwise. 3 or 4 days after my departure, we were attacked by corsairs, who easily seized upon our ship, because it was no vessel of force. Some of the crew offered resistance, which cost them their lives, but for myself and the rest, who were not so imprudent, the corsairs saved us on purpose to make slaves of us. We were all stripped, and instead of our own clothes, they gave us sorry rags, and carried us into a remote island where they sold us. I fell into the hands of a rich merchant, who, as soon as he bought me, carried me to his house, treated me well, and clad me handsomely for a slave. Some days after, not knowing who I was, he asked me if I understood any trade. I answered that I was no mechanic, but a merchant, and that the corsairs who sold me had robbed me of all I possessed. But tell me, replied he, can you shoot with a bow? I answered that the bow was one of my exercises in my youth. He gave me a bow and arrows, and, taking me behind him upon an elephant, carried me to a thick forest some leagues from the town. We penetrated a great way into the wood, and he bade me alight. Then, showing me a great tree, climb up that, said he, and shoot at the elephants as you see them pass by, for there is a prodigious number of them in this forest, and if any of them fall, come and give me notice. Having spoken this, he left me victuals, and returned to the town, and I continued upon the tree all night. I saw no elephant during the night, but next morning, as soon as the sun was up, I perceived a great number. I shot several arrows among them, and at last one of the elephants fell, when the rest retired immediately, and left me at liberty to go and acquaint my patron with my booty. When I had informed him, he gave me a good meal, commended my dexterity, and caressed me highly. We went afterwards together to the forest, where we dug a hole for the elephant, my patron designing to return when it had fallen to pieces and take its teeth to trade with. I continued this employment for 2 months, and killed an elephant every day, getting sometimes upon one tree and sometimes upon another. One morning, as I looked for the elephants, I perceived with extreme amazement that, instead of passing by me across the forest as usual, they stopped and came to me with a horrible noise, in such number that the plain was covered and shook under them. They encompassed the tree in which I was concealed, with their trunks extended, and all fixed their eyes upon me. At this alarming spectacle, I continued immovable, and was so much terrified that my bow and arrows fell out of my hand. My fears were not without cause, for after the elephants had stared upon me some time, one of the largest of them put his trunk round the foot of the tree, plucked it up, and threw it on the ground. I fell with the tree, and the elephant, taking me up with his trunk, laid me on his back, where I sat more like one dead than alive, with my quiver on my shoulder. He put himself afterward at the head of the rest, who followed him in troops, carried me a considerable way, then laid me down on the ground, and retired with all his companions. After having lain some time, and seeing the elephants gone, I got up and found I was upon a long and broad hill, almost covered with the bones and teeth of elephants. I confess to you that this object furnished me with abundance of reflections. I admired the instinct of those animals. I doubted not, but that was their burying place, and that they carried me thither on purpose to tell me that I should forbear to persecute them, since I did it only for their teeth. I did not stay on the hill, but turned toward the city, and, after having traveled a day and a night, I came to my patron. As soon as he saw me, "Ah, poor Sinbad," exclaimed he, "I was in great trouble to know what was become of you. I have been at the forest, where I found a tree newly pulled up, and a bow and arrows on the ground, and I despaired of ever seeing you more. Pray, tell me what befell you, and by what good chance you are still alive." I satisfied his curiosity, and going both of us next morning to the hill, he found to his great joy that what I had told him was true. We loaded the elephant which had carried us with as many teeth as he could bear, and when we were returned, "Brother," said my patron, "for I will treat you no more as my slave, after having made such a discovery as will enrich me, God bless you with all happiness and prosperity. I declare before him that I give you your liberty. I concealed from you what I am now going to tell you. The elephants of our forest have every year killed a great many slaves, whom we sent to seek ivory. God has delivered you from their fury, and has bestowed that favor upon you only. It is a sign that he loves you, and has some use for your service in the world. You have procured me incredible wealth. Formerly we could not procure ivory, but by exposing the lives of our slaves, and now our whole city is enriched by your means. I could engage all our inhabitants to contribute toward making your fortune, but I will have the glory of doing it myself." To this obliging declaration I replied, "Patron, God preserve you. Your giving me my liberty is enough to discharge what you owe me, and I desire no other reward for the service I had the good fortune to do to you and your city, but leave to return to my own country." "Very well," said he. "The monsoon will, in a little time, bring ships for ivory. I will then send you home and give you wherewith to bear your charges." I thanked him again for my liberty and his good intentions toward me. I stayed with him, expecting the monsoon, and during that time we made so many journeys to the hill that we filled all our warehouses with ivory. The other merchants who traded in it did the same, for it could not be long concealed from them. The ships arrived at last, and my patron himself, having made choice of the ship wherein I was to embark, loaded half of it with ivory on my account, laid in provisions in abundance for my passage, and besides, obliged me to accept a present of some curiosities of the country of great value. After I had returned him 1,000 thanks for all his favors, I went aboard. We set sail, and as the adventure which procured me this liberty was very extraordinary, I had it continually in my thoughts. We stopped at some islands to take in fresh provisions. Our vessel being come to a port on the mainland in the Indies, we touched there, and not being willing to venture by sea to Bussorah, I landed my proportion of the ivory, resolving to proceed on my journey by land. I made vast sums by my ivory, bought several rarities for presents, and when my equipage was ready, set out in company with a large caravan of merchants. I was a long time on the way, and suffered much, but endured all with patience. When I considered that I had nothing to fear from the seas, from pirates, from serpents, or from the other perils to which I had been exposed, all these fatigues ended at last, and I arrived safe at Baghdad. I went immediately to wait upon the Caliph, and gave him an account of my embassy. That prince said he had been uneasy as I was so long in returning, but that he always hoped God would preserve me. When I told him the adventure of the elephants, he seemed much surprised, and would never have given any credit to it had he not known my veracity. He deemed this story, and the other relations I had given him, to be so curious that he ordered one of his secretaries to write them in characters of gold and lay them up in his treasury. I retired, well satisfied with the honors I received and the presents which he gave me, and ever since I have devoted myself wholly to my family, kindred, and friends. Sinbad here finished the relation of his 7th and last voyage, and then, addressing himself to Sinbad, "Well, friend," said he, "did you ever hear of any person that suffered so much as I have done, or of any mortal that has gone through so many vicissitudes? Is it not reasonable that, after all this, I should enjoy a quiet and pleasant life?" As he said this, Sinbad drew near to him, and kissing his hand, said, "I must acknowledge, sir, that you have gone through many imminent dangers. My troubles are not comparable to yours, if they afflict me for a time. I comfort myself with the thoughts of the profit I get by them. You not only deserve a quiet life, but are worthy of all the riches you enjoy, because you make of them such a good and generous use. May you therefore continue to live in happiness till the day of your death." Sinbad then gave him 100 sequins more, received him into the number of his friends, and desired him to quit his porter's employment and come and dine every day with him, that he might have ample reason to remember Sinbad the Voyager and his adventures. The end. The story of Prince Agib. I was a king, and the son of a king, and when my father died, I succeeded to his throne, and governed my subjects with justice and beneficence. I took pleasure in sea voyages, and my capital was on the shore of an extensive sea, interspersed with fortified and garrisoned islands, which I desired, for my amusement, to visit. I therefore embarked with a fleet of 10 ships, and took with me provisions sufficient for a whole month. I proceeded 20 days, after which there arose against us a contrary wind, but at daybreak it ceased, and the sea became calm, and we arrived at an island where we landed, and cooked some provisions and ate, after which we remained there 2 days. We then continued our voyage, and when 20 days more had passed, we found ourselves in strange waters, unknown to the captain, and desired the watch to look out from the masthead. So he went aloft, and when he had come down, he said to the captain, "I saw on my right hand fish floating upon the surface of the water, and looking toward the midst of the sea, I perceived something looming in the distance, sometimes black and sometimes white." When the captain heard this report of the watch, he threw his turban on the deck and plucked his beard, and said to those who were with him, "Receive warning of our destruction, which will befall all of us. Not one will escape." So saying, he began to weep, and all of us, in like manner, bewailed our lot. I desired him to inform us of that which the watch had seen. "O my lord," he replied, "know that we have wandered from our course since the commencement of the contrary wind that was followed in the morning by a calm, in consequence of which we remained stationary 2 days. From that period we have deviated from our course for 21 days, and we have no wind to carry us back from the fate which awaits us after this day. Tomorrow we shall arrive at a mountain of black stone called Lodestone. The current is now bearing us violently toward it, and the ships will fall in pieces, and every nail in them will fly to the mountain and adhere to it. For God hath given to the Lodestone a secret property, by virtue of which everything of iron is attracted toward it. On that mountain is such a quantity of iron as no one knoweth but God, whose name be exalted. For from times of old great numbers of ships have been destroyed by the influence of that mountain. There is, upon the summit of the mountain, a cupola of brass supported by 10 columns, and upon the top of this is a horseman upon a horse of brass, having in his hand a brazen spear, and upon his breast suspended a tablet of lead, upon which are engraved mysterious names and talismans. And as long, O king, as this horseman remains upon the horse, so long will every ship that approaches be destroyed, with every person on board, and all the iron contained in it will cleave to the mountain. No one will be safe until the horseman shall have fallen from the horse." The captain then wept bitterly, and we felt assured that our destruction was inevitable, and every one of us bade adieu to his friend. On the following morning, we drew near to the mountain. The current carried us toward it with violence, and when the ships were almost close to it, they fell asunder, and all the nails and everything else that was of iron flew from them toward the Lodestone. It was near the close of day when the ships fell in pieces. Some of us were drowned, and some escaped, but the greater number were drowned, and of those who saved their lives none know what became of the others. So stupefied were they by the waves and the boisterous wind. As for myself, God, whose name be exalted, spared me on account of the trouble and torment and affliction that he had predestined to befall me. I placed myself upon a plank, and the wind and waves cast it upon the mountain, and when I had landed, I found a practicable way to the summit, resembling steps cut in the rock. So I exclaimed, "In the name of God," and offered up a prayer, and attempted the ascent, holding fast by the notches. And presently God stilled the wind, so that I arrived in safety at the summit. Rejoicing greatly in my escape, I immediately entered the cupola and performed prayers in gratitude to God for my preservation, after which I slept beneath the cupola and heard a voice saying to me, "O son of Casib, when thou awakest, dig beneath thy feet, and thou wilt find a bow of brass and 3 arrows of lead, whereon are engraved talismans. Then take the bow and arrows and shoot at the horseman that is upon the top of the cupola, and relieve mankind from this great affliction. For when thou hast shot at the horseman, he will fall into the sea. The bow will also fall, and do thou bury it in its place. And as soon as thou hast done this, the sea will swell and rise until it attains the summit of the mountain, and there will appear upon it a boat bearing a man, different from him whom thou shalt have cast down. And he will come to thee, having an oar in his hand. Then do thou embark with him, but utter not the name of God, and he will convey thee in 10 days to a safe sea, where on thy arrival thou wilt find one who will take thee to thy city. All this shall be done if thou utter not the name of God." Awaking from my sleep, I sprang up and did as the voice had directed. I shot at the horseman, and he fell into the sea, and the bow having fallen from my hand, I buried it. The sea then became troubled, and rose to the summit of the mountain, and when I had stood waiting there a little while, I beheld a boat in the midst of the sea, approaching me. I praised God, whose name be exalted, and when the boat came to me, I found in it a man of brass, with a tablet of lead upon his breast, engraven with names and talismans. Without uttering a word, I embarked in the boat, and the man rowed me 10 successive days, after which I beheld the islands of security, whereupon, in the excess of my joy, I exclaimed, "There is no deity but God. God is most great." And as soon as I had done this, the man cast me out of the boat and sank in the sea. Being able to swim, I swam until night, when my arms and shoulders were tired. And in this perilous situation, I repeated the profession of the faith and gave myself up as lost. But the sea rose with the violence of the wind, and a wave like a vast castle threw me upon the land, in order to the accomplishment of the purpose of God. I ascended the shore, and after I had wrung out my clothes and spread them upon the ground to dry, I slept, and in the morning I put on my clothes again, and, looking about to see which way I should go, I found a tract covered with trees, and when I had walked round it, I found that I was upon a small island in the midst of the sea, upon which I said within myself, "Every time that I escape from one calamity, I fall into another that is worse." But while I was reflecting upon my unfortunate case and wishing for death, I beheld a vessel bearing a number of men. I arose immediately and climbed into a tree, and lo, the vessel came to the shore, and there landed from it 10 black slaves bearing axes. They proceeded to the middle of the island, and, digging up the earth, uncovered and lifted up a trap door, after which they returned to the vessel and brought from it bread and flour, and clarified butter and honey and sheep and everything that the wants of an inhabitant would require, continuing to pass backward and forward between the vessel and the trapdoor, bringing loads from the former and entering the latter until they had removed all the stores from the ship. They then came out of the vessel with various clothes of the most beautiful description, and in the midst of them was an old sheikh, enfeebled and wasted by extreme age, leading by the hand a young man cast in the mold of graceful symmetry, and invested with such perfect beauty as deserved to be a subject for proverbs. He was like a fresh and slender twig, enchanting and captivating every heart by his elegant form. The party proceeded to the trapdoor, and, entering it, became concealed from my eyes. They remained beneath about 2 hours or more, after which the sheikh and the slaves came out. But the youth came not with them, and they replaced the earth and embarked and set sail. Soon after, I descended from the tree and went to the excavation. I removed the earth and, entering the aperture, saw a flight of wooden steps, which I descended, and, at the bottom, I beheld a handsome dwelling place, furnished with a variety of silken carpets. And there was the youth, sitting upon a high mattress, with sweet-smelling flowers and fruits placed before him. On seeing me, his countenance became pale, but I saluted him and said, "Let thy mind be composed, O my master. Thou hast nothing to fear, for I am a man, and the son of a king, like thyself. Fate hath impelled me to thee, that I may cheer thee in thy solitude." The youth, when he heard me thus address him, and was convinced that I was one of his own species, rejoiced exceedingly at my arrival. His color returned, and desiring me to approach him, he said, "O my brother, my story is wonderful. My father is a jeweler. He had slaves who made voyages by his orders for the purposes of commerce, and he had dealings with kings, but he had never been blessed with a son, and he dreamt that he was soon to have a son, but one whose life would be short, and he awoke sorrowful. Shortly after, in accordance with the decrees of God, my mother gave birth to me, and my father was greatly rejoiced. The astrologers, however, came to him and said, "Thy son will live 15 years. His fate is intimated by the fact that there is in the sea a mountain called the Mountain of Lodestone, whereon is a horseman on a horse of brass, on the former of which is a tablet of lead suspended to his neck. And when the horseman shall be thrown down from his horse, thy son will be slain. The person who is to slay him is he who will throw down the horseman, and his name is King Agib, the son of King Kasib." My father was greatly afflicted at this announcement, and when he had reared me until I had nearly attained the age of 15 years, the astrologers came again and informed him that the horseman had fallen into the sea, and that it had been thrown down by King Agib, the son of King Kasib. On hearing which, he prepared for me this dwelling, and here left me to remain until the completion of the term, of which there now remain 10 days. All this he did from fear, lest King Agib should kill me. When I heard this, I was filled with wonder, and said within myself, "I am King Agib, the son of King Kasib, and it was I who threw down the horseman. But by Allah, I will neither kill him nor do him any injury." Then said I to the youth, "Far from thee be both destruction and harm, if it be the will of God. Thou hast nothing to fear. I will remain with thee to serve thee, and will go forth with thee to thy father, and beg of him to send me back to my country, for the which he will obtain a reward." The youth rejoiced at my words, and I sat and conversed with him until night, when I spread his bed for him and covered him and slept near to his side. And in the morning I brought him water, and he washed his face and said to me, May God requite thee for me with every blessing. If I escape from King Agib, I will make my father reward thee with abundant favors. Never, I replied. May the day arrive that would bring thee misfortune. I then placed before him some refreshments, and after we had eaten together, we passed the day conversing with the utmost cheerfulness. I continued to serve him for 9 days, and on the 10th day the youth rejoiced at finding himself in safety, and said to me, "O my brother, I wish that thou wouldst in thy kindness warm for me some water, that I may wash myself and change my clothes, for I have smelt the odor of escape from death in consequence of thy assistance." "With pleasure," I replied, and I arose and warmed the water, after which he entered a place concealed from my view, and, having washed himself and changed his clothes, laid himself upon the mattress to rest after his bath. He then said to me, "Cut up for me, O my brother, a watermelon, and mix its juice with some sugar." So I arose, and taking a melon, brought it upon a plate, and said to him, "Knowest thou, O my master, where is the knife?" "See, here it is," he answered, "upon the shelf over my head." I sprang up hastily and took it from its sheath, and as I was drawing back, my foot slipped, as God had decreed, and I fell upon the youth, grasping in my hand the knife, which entered his body, and he died instantly. When I perceived that he was dead, and that I had killed him, I uttered a loud shriek, and beat my face, and rent my clothes, saying, "This is indeed a calamity. O my Lord, I implore thy pardon, and declare to thee my innocence of his death. Would that I had died before him." With these reflections, I ascended the steps, and, having replaced the trap-door, returned to my first station, and looked over the sea, where I saw the vessel that had come before approaching and cleaving the waves in its rapid course. Upon this, I said within myself, "Now will the men come forth from the vessel, and find the youth slain, and they will slay me also." So I climbed into a tree, and concealed myself among its leaves, and sat there till the vessel arrived and cast anchor, when the slaves landed with the old sheikh, the father of the youth, and went to the place and removed the earth. They were surprised at finding it moist, and, when they had descended the steps, they discovered the youth lying on his back, exhibiting a face beaming with beauty, though dead, and clad in white and clean clothing, with the knife remaining in his body. They all wept at the sight, and the father fell down in a swoon, which lasted so long that the slaves thought he was dead. At length, however, he recovered, and came out with the slaves, who had wrapped the body of the youth in his clothes. They then took back all that was in the subterranean dwelling to the vessel, and departed. I remained, by day hiding myself in a tree, and at night walking about the open part of the island. Thus I continued for the space of 2 months, and I perceived that, on the western side of the island, the water of the sea every day retired, until, after 3 months, the land that had been beneath it became dry. Rejoicing at this, and feeling confident now in my escape, I traversed this dry tract and arrived at an expanse of sand, whereupon I emboldened myself and crossed it. I then saw in the distance an appearance of fire, and, advancing toward it, found it to be a palace overlaid with plates of red copper, which, reflecting the rays of the sun, seemed from a distance to be fire. And when I drew near to it, reflecting upon this sight, there approached me an old sheikh, accompanied by 10 young men, who were all blind of one eye, at which I was extremely surprised. As soon as they saw me, they saluted me and asked me my story, which I related to them from first to last, and they were filled with wonder. They then conducted me into the palace, where I saw 10 benches, upon each of which was a mattress covered with a blue stuff, and each of the young men seated himself upon one of these benches, while the sheikh took his place upon a smaller one, after which they said to me, "Sit down, O young man, and ask no question respecting our condition, nor respecting our being blind of one eye." Then the sheikh arose and brought to each of them some food, and the same to me also, and next he brought to each of us some wine, and after we had eaten, we sat drinking together until the time for sleep, when the young men said to the sheikh, "Bring to us our accustomed supply," upon which the sheikh arose and entered a closet, from which he brought upon his head 10 covered trays. Placing these upon the floor, he lighted 10 candles and stuck one of them upon each tray, and, having done this, he removed the covers, and there appeared beneath them ashes mixed with pounded charcoal. The young men then tucked up their sleeves above the elbow and blackened their faces and slapped their cheeks, exclaiming, "We were reposing at our ease, and our impertinent curiosity suffered us not to remain so." Thus they did until the morning, when the sheikh brought them some hot water, and they washed their faces and put on other clothes. On witnessing this conduct, my reason was confounded. My heart was so troubled that I forgot my own misfortunes, and I asked them the cause of their strange behavior, upon which they looked toward me and said, "O young man, ask not respecting that which doth not concern thee, but be silent, for in silence is security from error." I remained with them a whole month, during which every night they did the same, and at length I said to them, "I conjure you by Allah to remove this disquiet from my mind, and to inform me of the cause of your acting in this manner, and of your exclaiming, 'We were reposing at our ease, and our impertinent curiosity suffered us not to remain so.' If ye inform me not, I will leave you and go my way." On hearing these words, they replied, "We have not concealed this affair from thee, but in our concern for thy welfare, lest thou shouldst become like us, and the same affliction that hath befallen us happen also to thee." I said, "However, ye must positively inform me of this matter." "We give thee good advice," said they, "and do thou receive it, and ask us not respecting our case. Otherwise thou wilt become blind of one eye, like us." But I still persisted in my request, whereupon they said, "O young man, if this befall thee, know that thou wilt be banished from our company." They then all arose, and taking a ram, slaughtered and skinned it, and said to me, "Take this knife with thee, and introduce thyself into the skin of the ram, and we will sew thee up in it, and go away. Whereupon a bird called the roc will come to thee, taking thee up by its talons, will fly away with thee, and set thee down upon a mountain. Then cut open the skin with this knife, and get out, and the bird will fly away. Thou must arise as soon as it hath gone, and journey for half a day, and thou wilt see before thee a lofty palace, encased with red gold, set with various precious stones, such as emeralds and rubies, and if thou enter it, thy case will be as ours. For our entrance into that palace was the cause of our being blind of one eye, and if one of us would relate to thee all that hath befallen him, his story would be too long for thee to hear. They then sewed me up in the skin and entered their palace, and soon after there came an enormous white bird, which seized me and flew away with me, and set me down upon the mountain, whereupon I cut open the skin and got out, and the bird, as soon as it saw me, flew away. I rose up quickly and proceeded toward the palace, which I found to be as they had described it to me, and when I had entered it, I beheld, at the upper end of a saloon, 40 young damsels, beautiful as so many moons, and magnificently attired, who, as soon as they saw me, exclaimed, "Welcome, welcome, O our master and our lord. We have been for a month expecting thee. Praise be to God, who hath blessed us with one who is worthy of us, and one of whom we are worthy." After having thus greeted me, they seated me upon a mattress, and said, "Thou art from this day our master and prince, and we are thy handmaids, and entirely under thy authority." They then brought to me some refreshments, and, when I had eaten and drunk, they sat and conversed with me, full of joy and happiness. So lovely were these ladies that even a devotee, if he saw them, would gladly consent to be their servant and to comply with all that they would desire. At the approach of night, they all assembled around me and placed before me a table of fresh and dried fruits, with other delicacies that the tongue cannot describe, and wine. And one began to sing, while another played upon the lute. The wine cups circulated among us, and joy overcame me to such a degree as to obliterate from my mind every earthly care, and make me exclaim, "This is indeed a delightful life." I passed a night of such enjoyment as I had never before experienced, and on the morrow I entered the bath, and after I had washed myself, they brought me a suit of the richest clothing, and we again sat down to a repast. In this manner I lived with them a whole year, but on the first day of the new year, they seated themselves around me and began to weep and bade me farewell, clinging to my skirts. "What calamity hath befallen you?" said I. "Ye are breaking my heart," they answered. "Would that we had never known thee, for we have associated with many men, but have seen none like thee. May God, therefore, not deprive us of thy company." And they wept afresh. I said to them, "I wish that you would acquaint me with the cause of this weeping." "Thou," they replied, "art the cause. Yet now, if thou wilt attend to what we tell thee, we shall never be parted. But if thou act contrary to it, we are separated from this time, and our hearts whisper to us that thou wilt not regard our warning. Inform me," said I, "and I will attend to your directions." And they replied, "If then thou wouldst inquire respecting our history, know that we are the daughters of kings. For many years it hath been our custom to assemble here, and every year we absent ourselves during a period of 40 days. Then returning, we indulge ourselves for a year in feasting and drinking. This is our usual practice, and now we fear that thou wilt disregard our directions when we are absent from thee. We deliver to thee the keys of the palace, which are 100 in number, belonging to 100 closets. Open each of these, and amuse thyself, and eat and drink, and refresh thyself, excepting the closet that hath a door of red gold. For if thou open this, the consequence will be a separation between us and thee. We conjure thee, therefore, to observe our direction and to be patient during this period." Upon hearing this, I swore to them that I would never open the closet to which they alluded, and they departed, urging me to be faithful to my promise. I remained alone in the palace, and at the approach of evening I opened the first closet, and, entering it, found a mansion-like paradise, with a garden containing green trees loaded with ripe fruits, abounding with singing birds, and watered by copious streams. My heart was soothed by the sight, and I wandered among the trees, scenting the fragrance of the flowers, and listening to the warbling of the birds as they sang the praises of the One, the Almighty. After admiring the mingled colors of the apple, resembling the hue upon the cheek of the beloved maid, and the sallow countenance of the perplexed and timid lover, the sweet-smelling quince diffusing an odor like musk and ambergris, and the plum shining as the ruby, I retired from this place, and, having locked the door, opened that of the next closet, within which I beheld a spacious tract, planted with numerous palm trees, and watered by a river flowing among rose trees, and jasmine, and marjoram, and eglantine, and narcissus, and gilliflower, the odors of which, diffused in every direction by the wind, inspired me with the utmost delight. I locked again the door of the second closet, and opened that of the third. Within this I found a large saloon, paved with marbles of various colors, and with costly minerals and precious gems, and containing cages constructed of sandal and aloes wood, with singing birds within them, and others upon the branches of trees which were planted there. My heart was charmed, my trouble was dissipated, and I slept there until the morning. I then opened the door of the fourth closet, and within this door I found a great building in which were 40 closets with open doors, and entering these I beheld pearls and rubies and chrysolites and emeralds and other precious jewels such as the tongue cannot describe. I was astonished at the sight and said, "Such things as these, I imagine, are not found in the treasury of any king. I am now the king of my age, and all these treasures, through the goodness of God, are mine." Thus I continued to amuse myself, passing from one place to another, until 39 days had elapsed, and I had opened the doors of all the closets, excepting that which they had forbidden me to open. My heart was then disturbed by curiosity respecting this 100th closet, and the devil, in order to plunge me into misery, induced me to open it. I had not patience to abstain, though there remained of the appointed period only 1 day. So I approached the closet and opened the door, and when I had entered, I perceived a fragrant odor, such as I had never before smelt, which intoxicated me so that I fell down insensible and remained some time in this state. But at length recovering, I fortified my heart and proceeded. I found the floor overspread with saffron, and the place illuminated by golden lamps and by candles, which diffused the odors of musk and ambergris. I saw also a black horse, of the hue of the darkest night, before which was a manger of white crystal filled with cleansed sesame, and another similar to it, containing rose water infused with musk. He was saddled and bridled, and his saddle was of red gold. Wondering at the sight of him, I said within myself, This must be an animal of extraordinary qualities. And, seduced by the devil, I led him out and mounted him, but he moved not from his place. I kicked him with my heel, but still he moved not. So I took a switch and struck him with it, and as soon as he felt the blow, he uttered a sound like thunder, and expanding a pair of wings, soared with me to an immense height through the air, and then alighted upon the roof of another palace, where he threw me from his back, and, by a violent blow with his tail upon my face, struck out my eye and left me. Thus it was, I became blind of one eye. I then recollected the predictions of the 10 young men. The horse again took wing, and soon disappeared. I got up much vexed at the misfortune I had brought upon myself. I walked upon the terrace, covering my eye with one of my hands, for it pained me exceedingly, and then descended and entered into a hall. I soon discovered by the 10 benches in a circle, and the 11th in the middle, smaller than the rest, that I was in the castle whence I had been carried by the rock. The 10 young men were not in the hall when I entered, but came in soon after, attended by the sheikh. They seemed not at all surprised to see me, nor at the loss of my eye, but said, "We are sorry that we cannot congratulate you on your return, as we could wish, but we are not the cause of your misfortune." "I should do you wrong," I replied, "to lay it to your charge. I have only myself to accuse." "If," said they, "it be a subject of consolation to the afflicted, to know that others share their sufferings, you have in us this alleviation of your misfortune. All that has happened to you we have also endured. We each of us tasted the same pleasures during a year, and we had still continued to enjoy them had we not opened the golden door when the princesses were absent. You have been no wiser than we, and have incurred the same punishment. We would gladly receive you into our company, to join with us in the penance to which we are bound, and the duration of which we know not. But we have already stated to you the reasons that render this impossible. Depart, therefore, and proceed to the court of Baghdad, where you will meet with the person who is to decide your destiny." After they had explained to me the road I was to travel, I departed from them with mournful heart and weeping eye, and, God having decreed me a safe journey hither, I arrived at Baghdad after I had shaved my beard and become a mendicant. Praise be to God, whose name be exalted, and whose purposes concerning me are as yet hid in darkness. The End. The history of Codadad and his brothers. There formerly reigned in the city of Harran a most magnificent and potent sultan who loved his subjects and was equally beloved by them. He was endued with all virtues and wanted nothing to complete his happiness but an heir. He continually prayed to heaven for a child, and one night in his sleep a prophet appeared to him and said, "Your prayers are heard. You have obtained what you have desired. Rise as soon as you awake, go to your prayers, and make 2 genuflections. Then walk into the garden of your palace, call your gardener, and bid him bring you a pomegranate. Eat as many of the seeds as you please, and your wishes shall be accomplished." The Sultan, calling to mind his dream when he awoke, returned thanks to heaven, got up, prayed, made 2 genuflections, and then went into his garden, where he took 50 pomegranate seeds, which he counted and ate. Some time afterward, 49 of his wives presented him with sons, each one as vigorous as a young palm tree. But Piruze, the 50th wife, remained childless. The Sultan, therefore, took an aversion to this lady and would have had her put to death, had not his vizier prevented him, advising rather that she be sent to Samaria, to her brother, Sultan Samer, with orders that she be well treated. Not long after Piruza had been retired to her brother's country, a most beautiful prince was born to her. The Prince of Samaria wrote immediately to the Sultan of Harran to acquaint him with the birth of a son and to congratulate him on the occasion. The Sultan was much rejoiced at this intelligence and answered Prince Samer as follows: "Cousin, all my other wives have each presented me with a prince. I desire you to educate the child of Piruze, to give him the name of Codadad, and to send him to me when I may apply for him." The Prince of Samaria spared nothing that might improve the education of his nephew. He taught him to ride, draw the bow, and all other accomplishments becoming the son of a sovereign, so that Codadad, at 18 years of age, was looked upon as a prodigy. The young prince, being inspired with a courage worthy his birth, said one day to his mother, "Madam, I begin to grow weary of Samaria. I feel a passion for glory. Give me leave to seek it amidst the perils of war. My father, the Sultan of Harran, has many enemies. Why does he not call me to his assistance? Must I spend my life in sloth, when all my brothers have the happiness to be fighting by his side?" "My son," answered Piruze, "I am no less impatient to have your name become famous. I could wish you had already signalized yourself against your father's enemies, but we must wait till he requires it." "No, madam," replied Codadad, "I have already waited too long. I burn to see the Sultan, and am tempted to offer him my service. As a young stranger, no doubt but he will accept of it, and I will not discover myself till I have performed some glorious actions." Piruza approved of his generous resolutions, and Codadad departed from Samaria as if he had been going to the chase, without acquainting Prince Samer, lest he should thwart his design. He was mounted on a white charger, who had a bit and shoes of gold. His housing was of blue satin embroidered with pearls. The hilt of his scimitar was of one single diamond, and the scabbard of sandalwood, adorned with emeralds and rubies, and on his shoulder he carried his bow and quiver. In this equipage, which greatly set off his handsome person, he arrived at the city of Harran, and soon found means to offer his service to the Sultan, who, being charmed with his beauty, and perhaps indeed by natural sympathy, gave him a favorable reception, and asked his name and quality. "Sir," answered Codadad, "I am son to an emir of Grand Cairo. An inclination to travel has made me quit my country, and understanding that you are engaged in war, I am come to your court to offer your majesty my service." The Sultan, upon hearing this, showed him extraordinary kindness and gave him a command in his army. The young prince soon gained the esteem of the officers and was admired by the soldiers. Having no less wit than courage, he so far advanced himself in the Sultan's esteem as to become his favorite. All the ministers and other courtiers daily resorted to Codadad and were so eager to purchase his friendship that they neglected the Sultan's sons. The princes could not but resent this conduct, and all conceived an implacable hatred against him. But the Sultan's affection daily increasing, he was never weary of giving him fresh testimonies of his regard. He always would have him near his person, and to show his high opinion of his wisdom and prudence, committed to his care the other princes, though he was of the same age as they, so that Codadad was made governor of his brothers. This only served to heighten their hatred. "Is it come to this," said they, "that the Sultan, not satisfied with loving a stranger more than us, will have him to be our governor and not allow us to act without his leave? This is not to be endured. We must rid ourselves of this foreigner." "Let us go together," said one of them, "and dispatch him." "No, no," answered another. "We had better be cautious how we sacrifice ourselves. His death would render us odious to the Sultan. Let us destroy him by some stratagem. We will ask his permission to hunt, and, when at a distance from the palace, proceed to some other city and stay there some time. The Sultan will wonder at our absence, and perceiving we do not return, perhaps put the stranger to death, or at least will banish him from court for suffering us to leave the palace." All the princes applauded this artifice. They went together to Codadad and desired him to allow them to take the diversion of hunting, promising to return the same day. Piruzé's son was taken in the snare and granted the permission his brothers desired. They set out, but never returned. They had been 3 days absent when the Sultan asked Codadad where the princes were, for it was long since he had seen them. "Sir," answered Codadad, after making a profound reverence, "they have been hunting these 3 days, but they promised me they would return sooner." The Sultan grew uneasy, and his uneasiness increased when he perceived the princes did not return the next day. He could not check his anger. "Indiscreet stranger," said he to Codadad, "why did you let my sons go without bearing them company? Go, seek them immediately, and bring them to me, or your life shall be forfeited." These words chilled with alarm Piruz's unfortunate son. He armed himself, departed from the city, and like a shepherd who had lost his flock, searched the country for his brothers, inquiring at every village whether they had been seen, but hearing no news of them, abandoned himself to the most lively grief. He was inconsolable for having given the princes permission to hunt, or for not having borne them company. After some days spent in fruitless search, he came to a plain of prodigious extent, in the midst whereof was a palace built of black marble. He drew near, and at one of the windows beheld a most beautiful lady, but set off with no other ornament than her own charms, for her hair was disheveled, her garments torn, and on her countenance appeared all the marks of affliction. As soon as she saw Codadad and judged he might hear her, she directed her discourse to him, saying, "Young man, depart from this fatal place, or you will soon fall into the hands of the monster that inhabits it. A black, who feeds only on human blood, resides in this palace. He seizes all persons whom their ill fate conducts to this plain, and shuts them up in his dungeons, whence they are never released, but to be devoured by him." "Madam," answered Codadad, "tell me who you are, and be not concerned for myself." "I am a lady of quality of Grand Cairo," replied the captive. "I was passing by this castle yesterday, on my way to Baghdad, and met with the black, who killed all my attendants and brought me hither. I beg of you," she cried, "to make your escape. The black will soon return. He has gone out to pursue some travelers he espied at a distance on the plain. Lose no time, but fly." She had scarcely done speaking before the black appeared. He was of monstrous bulk and of a dreadful aspect, mounted on a large Tartar horse, and bore a heavy scimitar that none but himself could wield. The prince, seeing him, was amazed at his gigantic stature, directed his prayers to heaven to assist him, then drew his own scimitar and firmly awaited his approach. The monster, despising so inconsiderable an enemy, called to him to submit without fighting. Codadad, by his conduct, showed that he was resolved to defend his life, for rushing upon the black, he wounded him on the knee. The monster, feeling himself wounded, uttered such a dreadful yell as made all the plain resound. He grew furious and foamed with rage, and raising himself on his stirrups, made at Codadad with his dreadful scimitar. The blow was so violent that it would have put an end to the young prince, had not he avoided it by a sudden spring. The scimitar made a horrible hissing in the air, but before the black could have time to make a second blow, Codadad struck him on his right arm with such force that he cut it off. The dreadful scimitar fell with the hand that held it, and the black, yielding under the violence of the stroke, lost his stirrups and made the earth shake with the weight of his fall. The prince alighted at the same time and cut off his enemy's head. Just then the lady, who had been a spectator of the combat and was still offering up her earnest prayers to heaven for the young hero, uttered a shriek of joy and said to Codadad, "Prince and deliverer, finish the work you have begun. The black has the keys of this castle. Take them and deliver me out of prison." The prince searched the wretch as he lay stretched on the ground and found several keys. He opened the first door and entered a court, where he saw the lady coming to meet him. She would have cast herself at his feet, the better to express her gratitude, but he would not permit her. She commended his valor and extolled him above all the heroes in the world. He returned her compliments, and she appeared still more lovely to him near than she had done at a distance. I know not whether she felt more joy at being delivered from the desperate danger she had been in than he for having done so considerable a service to so beautiful a person. Their conversation was interrupted by dismal cries and groans. "What do I hear?" said Codadad. "Whence come these miserable lamentations which pierce my ears?" "My lord," said the lady, pointing to a little door in the court, "they come from thence. There are I know not how many wretched persons whom fate has thrown into the hands of the black. They are all chained, and the monster drew out one every day to devour. It is an addition to my joy," answered the young prince, "to understand that my victory will save the lives of those unfortunate beings. Come with me, madam, to partake in the satisfaction of giving them their liberty." Having so said, they advanced toward the door of the dungeon, where Codadad, pitying them and impatient to put an end to their sufferings, presently put one of the keys into the lock. The noise made all the unfortunate captives, who concluded it was the black coming, according to custom, to seize one of them to devour, redouble their cries and groans. In the meantime, the prince had opened the door. He went down a steep staircase into a deep vault, which received some feeble light from a little window, and in which there were above 100 persons, bound to stakes. "Unfortunate travelers," said he to them, "who only expected the moment of an approaching death, give thanks to heaven, which has this day delivered you by my means. I have slain the black by whom you were to be devoured, and am come to knock off your chains." The prisoners, hearing these words, gave a shout of mingled joy and surprise. Codadad and the lady began to unbind them, and as soon as any of them were loose, they helped to take off the fetters from the rest, so that in a short time they were all at liberty. They then kneeled down, and having returned thanks to Codadad for what he had done for them, went out of the dungeon. But when they were come into the court, how was the prince surprised to see among the prisoners those he was in search of, and almost without hopes to find. "Princes," cried he, "is it you whom I behold? May I flatter myself that it is in my power to restore you to the Sultan your father, who is inconsolable for the loss of you. Are you all here alive? Alas, the death of one of you will suffice to damp the joy I feel for having delivered you." The 49 princes all made themselves known to Codadad, who embraced them one after another, and told them how uneasy their father was on account of their absence. They gave their deliverer all the commendations he deserved, as did the other prisoners, who could not find words expressive enough to declare their gratitude. Codadad, with them, searched the whole castle, where was immense wealth, curious silks, gold brocades, Persian carpets, China satins, and an infinite quantity of other goods which the black had taken from the caravans he had plundered, a considerable part whereof belonged to the prisoners Codadad had then liberated. Every man knew and claimed his property. The prince restored them their own, and divided the rest of the merchandise among them. Then he said to them, "How will you carry away your goods? We are here in a desert place, and there is no likelihood of your getting horses." "My lord," answered one of the prisoners, "the black robbed us of our camels, as well as of our goods, and perhaps they may be in the stables of this castle." "That is not unlikely," replied Codadad. "Let us examine." Accordingly, they went to the stables, where they not only found the camels, but also the horses belonging to the Sultan of Harran's sons. All the merchants, overjoyed that they had recovered their goods and camels, together with their liberty, thought of nothing but prosecuting their journey, but first repeated their thanks to their deliverer. When they were gone, Codadad, directing his discourse to the lady, said, "What place, madam, do you desire to go to? I intend to bear you company to the spot you shall choose for your retreat, and I question not but that all these princes will do the same." The Sultan of Harran's sons protested to the lady that they would not leave her till she was restored to her friends. "Princes," said she, "I am of a country too remote from here, and besides that, it would be abusing your generosity to oblige you to travel so far. I must confess that I have left my native country forever. I told you that I was a lady of Grand Cairo, but since you have shown me so much favor, I should be much in the wrong in concealing the truth from you. I am a sultan's daughter. A usurper has possessed himself of my father's throne after having murdered him, and I have been forced to fly to save my life." Codadad and his brothers requested the princess to tell them her story, and after thanking them for their repeated protestations of readiness to serve her, she could not refuse to satisfy their curiosity, and began the recital of her adventures in the following manner. "There was in a certain island," said the princess, "a great city called Daryabar, governed by a magnificent and virtuous sultan, who had no children, which was the only blessing wanting to make him happy. He continually addressed his prayers to heaven, but heaven only partially granted his requests, for the queen, his wife, after a long expectation, brought forth a daughter. I am that unfortunate princess. My father was rather grieved than pleased at my birth, but he submitted to the will of God and caused me to be educated with all possible care, being resolved, since he had no son, to teach me the art of ruling, that I might supply his place after his death. There was, at the court of Daryabar, an orphan youth of good birth, whom the Sultan, my father, had befriended and educated according to his rank. He was very handsome, and, not wanting ability, found means to please my father, who conceived a great friendship for him. All the courtiers perceived it, and guessed that the young man might in the end be my husband. In this idea, and looking on him already as heir to the crown, they made their court to him, and everyone endeavored to gain his favor. He soon saw into their designs, and forgetting the distance there was between our conditions, flattered himself with the hopes that my father was fond enough of him to prefer him before all the princes in the world. He went farther, for the Sultan not offering me to him as soon as he could have wished, he had the boldness to ask me of him. Whatever punishment his insolence deserved, my father was satisfied with telling him he had other thoughts in relation to me. The youth was incensed at this refusal. He resented the contempt, as if he had asked some maid of ordinary extraction, or as if his birth had been equal to mine. Nor did he stop here, but resolved to be revenged on the Sultan, and with unparalleled ingratitude conspired against him. In short, he murdered him, and caused himself to be proclaimed sovereign of Daryabar. The Grand Vizier, however, while the usurper was butchering, my father came to carry me away from the palace, and secured me in a friend's house, till a vessel he had provided was ready to sail. I then left the island, attended only by a governess and that generous minister, who chose rather to follow his master's daughter than to submit to a tyrant. The Grand Vizier designed to carry me to the courts of the neighboring sultans, to implore their assistance and excite them to revenge my father's death. But heaven did not concur in a resolution we thought so just. When we had been but a few days at sea, there arose such a furious storm that our vessel, carried away by the violence of the winds and waves, was dashed in pieces against a rock. My governess, the Grand Vizier, and all that attended me were swallowed up by the sea. I lost my senses, and whether I was thrown upon the coast, or whether heaven wrought a miracle for my deliverance, I found myself on shore when my senses returned. In my despair and horror, I was on the point of casting myself into the sea again, when I heard behind me a great noise of men and horses. I looked about to see what it might be, and espied several armed horsemen, among whom was one mounted on an Arabian charger. He had on a garment embroidered with silver, a girdle set with precious stones, and a crown of gold on his head. Though his habit had not convinced me that he was chief of the company, I should have judged it by the air of grandeur which appeared in his person. He was a young man extraordinarily well-shaped and perfectly beautiful. Surprised to see a young lady alone in that place, he sent some of his officers to ask who I was. I answered only by weeping. The shore being covered with the wreck of our ship, they concluded that I was certainly some person who had escaped from the vessel. This conjecture excited the curiosity of the officers, who began to ask me 1,000 questions, with assurances that their master was a generous prince, and that I should receive protection at his court. The Sultan, impatient to know who I was, grew weary of waiting the return of his officers, and drew near to me. He gazed on me very earnestly, and observing that I did not cease weeping, without being able to return an answer to their questions, he forbade them troubling me any more, and directing his discourse to me, "Madam," said he, "I conjure you to moderate your excessive affliction. I dare assure you that, if your misfortunes are capable of receiving any relief, you shall find it in my dominions. You shall live with the queen, my mother, who will endeavor by her kindness to ease your affliction. I know not yet who you are, but I find I already take an interest in your welfare." I thanked the young sultan for his goodness to me, accepted his obliging offer, and to convince him that I was not unworthy of them, told him my condition. When I had done speaking, the prince assured me that he was deeply concerned at my misfortunes. He then conducted me to his palace and presented me to the queen, his mother, to whom I was obliged again to repeat my misfortunes. The queen seemed very sensible of my trouble and conceived extreme affection for me. On the other hand, the sultan, her son, fell desperately in love with me and soon offered me his hand and his crown. I was so taken up with the thoughts of my calamities that the prince, though so lovely a person, did not make so great an impression on me as he might have done at another time. However, gratitude prevailing, I did not refuse to make him happy, and our nuptials were concluded with all imaginable splendor. While the people were taken up with the celebration of their sovereign's nuptials, a neighboring prince, his enemy, made a descent by night on the island with a great number of troops and surprised and cut to pieces my husband's subjects. We escaped very narrowly, for he had already entered the palace with some of his followers, but we found means to slip away and to get to the sea-coast, where we threw ourselves into a fishing boat which we had the good fortune to meet with. 2 days we were driven about by the winds, without knowing what would become of us. The 3rd day we espied a vessel making toward us under sail. We rejoiced at first, believing it had been a merchant ship which might take us aboard. But what was our consternation when, as it drew near, we saw 10 or 12 armed pirates appear on the deck. Having boarded, 5 or 6 of them leaped into our boat, seized us, bound the prince, and conveyed us into their ship, where they immediately took off my veil. My youth and features touched them, and they all declared how much they were charmed at the sight of me. Instead of casting lots, each of them claimed the preference, and me as his right. The dispute grew warm. They came to blows and fought like madmen. The deck was soon covered with dead bodies, and they were all killed but one, who, being left sole possessor of me, said, "You are mine. I will carry you to Grand Cairo to deliver you to a friend of mine, to whom I have promised a beautiful slave. But who," added he, looking upon the Sultan, "my husband, is that man? What relation does he bear to you? Are you allied by blood or love?" "Sir," answered I, "he is my husband." "If so," replied the pirate, "in pity I must rid myself of him. It would be too great an affliction to him to see you disposed of to another." Having spoken these words, he took up the unhappy prince, who was bound, and threw him into the sea, notwithstanding all my endeavors to prevent him. I shrieked in a dreadful manner at the sight of what he had done, and had certainly cast myself into the sea also, but that the pirate held me. He saw my design, and therefore bound me with cords to the mainmast, then hoisting sail, made toward the land and got ashore. He unbound me and led me to a little town where he bought camels, tents, and slaves, and then set out for Grand Cairo, designing, as he still said, to present me to his friend, according to his promise. We had been several days upon the road when, as we were crossing this plain yesterday, we descried the black who inhabited this castle. At a distance, we took him for a tower, and when near us, could scarcely believe him to be a man. He drew his huge scimitar and summoned the pirate to yield himself prisoner, with all his slaves and the lady he was conducting. You know the end of this dreadful adventure, and can foresee what would have been my fate had you, generous prince, not come to my deliverance. As soon as the princess had finished the recital of her adventures, Codadad declared to her that he was deeply concerned at her misfortunes. "But, madam," added he, "it shall be your own fault if you do not live at ease for the future. The Sultan of Harran's sons offer you a safe retreat in the court of their father. Be pleased to accept of it, and if you do not disdain the affection of your deliverer, permit me to assure you of it, and to espouse you before all these princes. Let them be witnesses to our contract." The princess consented, and the marriage was concluded that very day in the castle, where they found all sorts of provisions, with an abundance of delicious wine and other liquors. They all sat down at table, and after having eaten and drunk plentifully, took with them the rest of the provisions, and set out for the Sultan of Harran's court. They traveled several days, encamping in the pleasantest places they could find, and were within 1 day's journey of Harran, when Codadad, directing his discourse to all his company, said, "Princes, I have too long concealed from you who I am. Behold your brother Codadad. I, as well as you, received my being from the Sultan of Harran. The Prince of Samaria brought me up, and the Princess Piruze is my mother. Madam," added he, addressing himself to the Princess of Daryabar, "do you also forgive me for having concealed my birth from you? Perhaps, by discovering it sooner, I might have prevented some disagreeable reflections, which may have been occasioned by a match you may have thought unequal." "No, sir," answered the princess. "The opinion I at first conceived of you heightened every moment, and you did not stand in need of the extraction you now discover to make me happy." The princes congratulated Codadad on his birth, and expressed much satisfaction at being made acquainted with it. But in reality, instead of rejoicing, their hatred of so amiable a brother was increased. They met together at night, and forgetting that had it not been for the brave son of Piruz they must have been devoured by the black, agreed among themselves to murder him. "We have no other course to choose," said one of them, "for the moment our father shall come to understand that this stranger, of whom he is already so fond, is our brother, he will declare him his heir, and we shall all be obliged to obey and fall down before him." He added much more, which made such an impression on their unnatural minds that they immediately repaired to Codadad, then asleep, stabbed him repeatedly, and leaving him for dead in the arms of the Princess of Daryabar, proceeded on their journey to the city of Harran, where they arrived the next day. The Sultan, their father, conceived the greater joy at their return, because he had despaired of ever seeing them again. He asked what had been the occasion of their stay, but they took care not to acquaint him with it, making no mention either of the black or of Codadad, and only said that being curious to see different countries, they had spent some time in the neighboring cities. In the meantime, Codadad lay in his tent, weltering in his blood and little differing from a dead man, with the princess, his wife, who seemed to be in not much better condition than himself. She rent the air with her dismal shrieks, tore her hair, and bathing her husband's body with her tears. "Alas, Codadad, my dear Codadad," cried she, "is it you whom I behold just departing this life? Can I believe these are your brothers who have treated you so unmercifully? Those brothers whom thy valor had saved? O heaven, which has condemned me to lead a life of calamities, if you will not permit me to have a consort, why did you permit me to find one? Behold, you have now robbed me of two." Just as I began to be attached to them, by these and other moving expressions, the afflicted princess of Deryabar vented her sorrow, fixing her eyes on the unfortunate Codadad, who could not hear her, but he was not dead, and his consort, observing that he still breathed, ran to a large town she espied in the plain to inquire for a surgeon. She was directed to one, who went immediately with her. But when they came to the tent, they could not find Codadad, which made them conclude he had been dragged away by some wild beast to be devoured. The princess renewed her complaints and lamentations in a most affecting manner. The surgeon was moved, and being unwilling to leave her in so distressed a condition, proposed to her to return to the town, offering her his house and service. She suffered herself to be prevailed upon. The surgeon conducted her to his house, and without knowing, as yet, who she was, treated her with all imaginable courtesy and respect. He used all his endeavors to comfort her, but it was vain to think of removing her sorrow. "Madam," said he to her one day, "be pleased to recount to me your misfortunes. Tell me your country and your condition. Perhaps I may give you some good advice when I am acquainted with all the circumstances of your calamity." The surgeon's words were so efficacious that they wrought on the princess, who recounted to him all her adventures. And when she had done, the surgeon directed his discourse to her. "Madam," said he, "you ought not thus to give way to your sorrow. You ought rather to arm yourself with resolution and perform what the duty of a wife requires of you. You are bound to avenge your husband. If you please, I will wait on you as your attendant. Let us go to the Sultan of Harran's court. He is a good and a just prince. You need only represent to him in lively colors how Prince Codadad has been treated by his brothers. I am persuaded he will do you justice." "I submit to your reasoning," answered the princess. "It is my duty to endeavor to avenge Codadad, and since you are so generous as to offer to attend me, I am ready to set out." No sooner had she fixed this resolution than the surgeon ordered 2 camels to be made ready, on which the princess and he mounted and repaired to Harran. They alighted at the first caravanserai they found, and inquired of the host the news at court. "Deryabar," said he, "is in very great perplexity. The Sultan had a son who lived long with him as a stranger, and none can tell what has become of the young prince. One of the Sultan's wives, named Piruzeh, is his mother. She has made all possible inquiry, but to no purpose. The Sultan has 49 other sons, all by different mothers, but not one of them has virtue enough to comfort him for the death of Codadad. I say his death, because it is impossible he should be still alive, since no intelligence has been heard of him Notwithstanding, so much search has been made. The surgeon, having heard this account from the host, concluded that the best course the Princess of Dariabar could take was to wait upon Piruza. But that step required much precaution, for it was to be feared that if the Sultan of Harran's sons should happen to hear of the arrival of their sister-in-law and her design, they might cause her to be conveyed away before she could discover herself. The surgeon weighed all these circumstances, and therefore, that he might manage matters with discretion, desired the princess to remain in the caravanserai, whilst he repaired to the palace to observe which might be the safest way to conduct her to Piruze. He went accordingly into the city, and was walking toward the palace, when he beheld a lady mounted on a mule richly accoutred. She was followed by several ladies, mounted also on mules, with a great number of guards and black slaves. All the people formed a lane to see her pass along, and saluted her by prostrating themselves on the ground. The surgeon paid her the same respect, and then asked a calender, who happened to stand by him, whether that lady was one of the Sultan's wives. "Yes, brother," answered the calender, "she is, and the most honored and beloved by the people, because she is the mother of Prince Codadad, of whom you must have heard." The surgeon asked no more questions, but followed Piruze to a mosque, into which she went to distribute alms and assist at the public prayers which the Sultan had ordered to be offered up for the safe return of Codadad. The surgeon broke through the throng and advanced to Piruze's guards. He waited the conclusion of the prayers, and when the princess went out, stepped up to one of her slaves and whispered him in the ear, "Brother, I have a secret of moment to impart to the Princess Piruz. May not I be introduced into her apartment? If that secret," answered the slave, "relates to Prince Codadad, I dare promise you shall have audience of her. But if it concern not him, it is needless for you to be introduced, for her thoughts are all engrossed by her son." "It is only about that dear son," replied the surgeon, "that I wish to speak to her." "If so," said the slave, "you need but follow us to the palace, and you shall soon have the opportunity." Accordingly, as soon as Piruze was returned to her apartment, the slave acquainted her that a person unknown had some important information to communicate to her, and that it related to Prince Codadad. No sooner had he uttered these words than Piruza expressed her impatience to see the stranger. The slave immediately conducted him into the princess's closet, who ordered all her women to withdraw, except two, from whom she concealed nothing. As soon as she saw the surgeon, she asked him eagerly what news he had to tell her of Codadad. "Madam," answered the surgeon, after having prostrated himself on the ground, "I have a long account to give you, and such as will surprise you." He then related all the particulars of what had passed between Codadad and his brothers, which she listened to with eager attention. But when he came to speak of the murder, the tender mother fainted away on her sofa, as if she had herself been stabbed like her son. Her two women soon brought her to herself, and the surgeon continued his relation. And when he had concluded, Piruze said to him, "Go back to the Princess of Dariabar, and assure her from me that the Sultan shall soon own her for his daughter-in-law. And as for yourself, your services shall be rewarded as liberally as they deserve." When the surgeon was gone, Piruza remained on the sofa in such a state of affliction as may easily be imagined, and yielding to her tenderness at the recollection of Codadad. "O my son," said she, "I I must never then expect to see you more. Unfortunate Codadad, why did you leave me?" While she uttered these words, she wept bitterly, and her two attendants, moved by her grief, mingled their tears with hers. Whilst they were all three in this manner vying in affliction, the Sultan came into the closet, and seeing them in this condition, asked Piruza whether she had received any bad news concerning Codadad. "Alas, sir," said she, "all is over. My son has lost his life, and to add to my sorrow, I cannot pay him the funeral rites, for, in all probability, wild beasts have devoured him." She then told him all she had heard from the surgeon, and did not fail to enlarge on the inhuman manner in which Codadad had been murdered by his brothers. The Sultan did not give Piruza time to finish her relation, but transported with anger, and giving way to his passion, "Madam," said he to the princess, "those perfidious wretches who cause you to shed these tears, and are the occasion of mortal grief to their father, shall soon feel the punishment due to their guilt." The Sultan, having spoken these words, with indignation in his countenance, went directly to the presence chamber, where all his courtiers attended, and such of the people as had petitions to present to him. They were alarmed to see him in passion, and thought his anger had been kindled against them. He ascended the throne, and causing his Grand Vizier to approach, "Hassan," said he, "go immediately, take 1,000 of my guards, and seize all the princes, my sons, shut them up in the tower used as a prison for murderers, and let this be done in a moment." All who were present trembled at this extraordinary command, and the Grand Vizier, without uttering a word, laid his hand on his head to express his obedience, and hastened from the hall to execute his orders. In the meantime, the Sultan dismissed those who attended for audience, and declared he would not hear of any business for a month to come. He was still in the hall when the Vizier returned. "Are all my sons?" demanded he. "In the tower?" "They are, sir," answered the Vizier. "I have obeyed your orders." "This is not all," replied the Sultan. "I have farther commands for you." And so saying, he went out of the hall of audience and returned to Piruza's apartment, the Vizier following him. He asked the princess where Codadad's widow had taken up her lodging. Piruza's women told him, for the surgeon had not forgotten that, in his relation. The Sultan then turning to his minister, "Go," said he, "to this caravanserai, and conduct a young princess who lodges there, with all the respect due to her quality, to my palace." The Vizier was not long in performing what he was ordered. He mounted on horseback with all the emirs and courtiers, and repaired to the caravanserai, where the Princess of Daryabar was lodged, whom he acquainted with his orders, and presented her, from the Sultan, with a fine white mule, whose saddle and bridle were adorned with gold, rubies, and diamonds. She mounted and proceeded to the palace. The surgeon attended her, mounted on a beautiful Tartar horse, which the Vizier had provided for him. All the people were at their windows or in the streets to see the cavalcade, and it being given out that the princess, whom they conducted in such state to court, was Codadad's wife, the city resounded with acclamations, the air rung with shouts of joy, which would have been turned into lamentations had that prince's fatal adventure been known. So much was he beloved by all. The Princess of Daryabar found the Sultan at the palace gate, waiting to receive her. He took her by the hand and led her to Piruza's apartment. where a very moving scene took place. Codadad's wife found her affliction redouble at the sight of her husband's father and mother, as, on the other hand, those parents could not look on their son's wife without being much affected. She cast herself at the Sultan's feet, and having bathed them with tears, was so overcome with grief that she was not able to speak. Piruze was in no better state, and the Sultan, moved by these affecting objects, gave way to his own feelings and wept. At length, the Princess of Daryabar, being somewhat recovered, recounted the adventure of the castle and Codadad's disaster. Then she demanded justice for the treachery of the princes. "Yes, madam," said the Sultan, "those ungrateful wretches shall perish, but Codadad's death must be first made public, that the punishment of his brothers may not cause my subjects to rebel. And though we have not my son's body, we will not omit paying him the last duties." This said, he directed his discourse to the vizier, and ordered him to cause to be erected a dome of white marble, in a delightful plain, in the midst of which the city of Haran stands. Then he appointed the Princess of Daryabar a suitable apartment in his palace, acknowledging her for his daughter-in-law. Hassan caused the work to be carried on with such diligence, and employed so many workmen, that the dome was soon finished. Within it was erected a tomb, which was covered with gold brocade. When all was completed, the Sultan ordered prayers to be said, and appointed a day for the obsequies of his son. On that day, all the inhabitants of the city went out upon the plain to see the ceremony performed. The gate of the dome was then closed, and all the people returned to the city. Next day there were public prayers in all the mosques, and the same was continued for 8 days successively. On the 9th, the king resolved to cause the princes, his sons, to be beheaded. The people, incensed at their cruelty toward Codadad, impatiently expected to see them executed. The scaffolds were erecting, but the execution was respited, because, on a sudden, intelligence was brought that the neighboring princes who had before made war on the Sultan of Haran were advancing with more numerous forces than on the first invasion, and were then not far from the city. This news gave new cause to lament the loss of Codadad, who had signalized himself in the former war against the same enemies. The Sultan, nothing dismayed, formed a considerable army, and being too brave to await the enemy's attack within his walls, marched out to meet them. They, on their side, being informed that the Sultan of Haran was marching to engage them, halted in the plain and formed their army. As soon as the Sultan discovered them, he also drew up his forces and ranged them in order of battle. The signal was given, and he attacked them with extraordinary vigor. Nor was the opposition inferior. Much blood was shed on both sides, and the victory long remained dubious. But at length it seemed to incline to the Sultan of Haran's enemies, who, being more numerous, were upon the point of surrounding him, when a great body of cavalry appeared on the plain and approached the two armies. The sight of this fresh party daunted both sides, neither knowing what to think of them, but their doubts were soon cleared, for they fell upon the flank of the Sultan of Haran's enemies with such a furious charge that they soon broke and routed them. Nor did they stop here. They pursued them and cut most of them in pieces. The Sultan of Haran, who had attentively observed all that passed, admired the bravery of this strange body of cavalry, whose unexpected arrival had given the victory to his army. But, above all. He was charmed with their chief, whom he had seen fighting with a more than ordinary valor. He longed to know the name of the generous hero. Impatient to see and thank him, he advanced toward him, but perceived he was coming to prevent him. The two princes drew near, and the Sultan of Haran, discovering Codadad in the brave warrior who had just defeated his enemies, became motionless with joy and surprise. "Father," said Codadad to him, "you have sufficient cause to be astonished at the sudden appearance of a man whom perhaps you concluded to be dead. I should have been so, had not heaven preserved me still to serve you against your enemies." "Oh, my son," cried the Sultan, "is it possible that you are restored to me? Alas, I despaired of seeing you more." So saying, he stretched out his arms to the young prince, who flew to such a tender embrace. "I know all, my son," said the Sultan again, after having long held him in his arms. "I know what return your brothers have made you for delivering them out of the hands of the black, but you shall be revenged tomorrow. Let us now go to the palace where your mother, who has shed so many tears on your account, expects to rejoice with us on the defeat of our enemies. What a joy will it be to her to be informed that my victory is your work." "Sir," said Codadad, "give me leave to ask how you could know the adventure of the castle. Have any of my brothers, repenting, owned it to you?" "No," answered the Sultan. "The Princess of Daryabar has given us an account of everything, for she is in my palace and came thither to demand justice against your brothers." Codadad was transported with joy to learn that the princess, his wife, was at the court. "Let us go, sir," cried he to his father in rapture. "Let us go to my mother, who waits for us. I am impatient to dry her tears, as well as those of the Princess of Daryabar." The Sultan immediately returned to the city with his army and re-entered his palace victorious, amidst the acclamations of the people, who followed him in crowds, praying to heaven to prolong his life and extolling Codadad to the skies. They found Peruza and her daughter-in-law waiting to congratulate the Sultan, but words cannot express the transports of joy they felt when they saw the young prince with him. Their embraces were mingled with tears of a very different kind from those they had before shed for him. When they had sufficiently yielded to all the emotions that the ties of blood and love inspired, they asked Codadad by what miracle he came to be still alive. He answered that a peasant mounted on a mule, happening accidentally to come into the tent where he lay senseless, and perceiving him alone and stabbed in several places, had made him fast on his mule and carried him to his house, where he applied to his wounds certain herbs, which recovered him. "When I found myself well," added he, "I returned thanks to the peasant and gave him all the diamonds I had. I then made for the city of Haran, but being informed by the way that some neighboring princes had gathered forces and were on their march against the Sultan's subjects, I made myself known to the villagers and stirred them up to undertake his defense. I armed a great number of young men, and heading them, happened to arrive at the time when the two armies were engaged. When he had done speaking, the Sultan said, 'Let us return thanks to God for having preserved Codadad, but it is requisite that the traitors who would have destroyed him should perish.' 'Sir,' answered the generous prince, 'though they are wicked and ungrateful, consider, they are your own flesh and blood. They are my brothers. I forgive their offense and beg you to pardon them.' This generosity drew tears from the Sultan, who caused the people to be assembled and declared Codadad his heir. He then ordered the princes, who were prisoners, to be brought out loaded with irons. Piruza's son struck off their chains and embraced them all successively with as much sincerity and affection as he had done in the Black's castle. The people were charmed with Codadad's generosity and loaded him with applause. The surgeon was next nobly rewarded in requital of the services he had done. The princess of Deryabar and the court of Harran remained thereafter in perfect joy and felicity. The end. The story of the city of brass. There was, in olden time, in Damascus of Syria, a king named Abd el-Melik, the son of Marwan. And he was sitting one day, having with him the great men of his empire, consisting of kings and sultans, when a discussion took place among them, respecting the traditions of former nations. They called to mind the stories of Solomon, son of David, and the dominion which God had bestowed upon him over mankind, and the genies, and the birds, and the wild beasts. And they said, "We have heard from those who were before us that God bestowed not upon anyone the power which he bestowed upon Solomon, so that he used to imprison the genies and the devils in bottles of brass, and pour molten lead over them, and seal a cover over them with his signet." Then Talib, one of the sultans, related that a man once embarked in a ship with a company of others, and they voyaged to the island of Sicily, and ceased not in their course, until there arose against them a wind which bore them away to an unknown land. This happened during the black darkness of night, and when the day shone forth, there came out to them, from caves in that land, people of black complexion and with naked bodies, like wild beasts, not understanding speech. They had a king of their own race, and none of them knew Arabic save their king. So when they saw the ship and those who were in her, he came forth to them, attended by a party of his companions, and saluted them and welcomed them. They acquainted him with their state, and he said to them, "No harm shall befall you. There hath not come to us any one of the sons of Adam before you." And he entertained them with a banquet of the flesh of birds and of wild beasts and of fish. And after this, the people of the ship went down to divert themselves in the city, and they found one of the fishermen who had cast his net in the sea to catch fish, and he drew it up, and, lo, in it was a bottle of brass stopped with lead, which was sealed with the signet of Solomon, the son of David. And the fisherman came forth and broke it, whereupon there proceeded from it a blue smoke, which united with the clouds of heaven, and they heard a horrible voice saying, "Repentance, repentance, O prophet of God." Then, of that smoke, there was formed a person of terrible aspect, of terrific make, whose head would reach as high as a mountain, and he disappeared from before their eyes. As to the people of the ship, their hearts were almost eradicated, but the blacks thought nothing of the event, and a man returned to the king and asked him respecting this. And the king answered him, "Know that this is one of the genies whom Solomon, the son of David, when he was incensed against them, imprisoned in these bottles, and he poured lead over them and threw them into the sea. When the fisherman casteth his net, it generally bringeth up these bottles, and when they are broken, there cometh forth from them a genie, who imagineth that Solomon is still living. Wherefore he repenteth, and saith, Repentance, O prophet of God. And the Prince of the Faithful, Abdel-Melech, wondered at these words and said, "By Allah, I desire to see some of these bottles." So Talib replied, "O Prince of the Faithful, thou art able to do so, and yet remain in thy country. Send to thy brother Abdel-Aziz, that he may write orders to the Emir Musa to journey from the western country to this mountain which we have mentioned, and to bring thee what thou desirest of these bottles, for the furthest tract of his province is adjacent to this mountain." And the Prince of the Faithful approved of his advice, and said, "O Talib, thou hast spoken truth, and I desire that thou be my messenger to Musa for this purpose." To this, Talib replied, "Most willingly, O Prince of the Faithful." And the king said to him, "Go in dependence on the blessing of God and his aid." Then he gave orders that they should write for him a letter to his brother Abd-el-Aziz, his viceroy in Egypt, and another letter to Musa, his viceroy in the western country, commanding him to journey himself in search of the bottles of Solomon. He sealed the 2 letters and delivered them to Talib, commanding him to hasten, and he gave him riches and riders and footmen to aid him in his way. So Talib went forth on his way to Egypt, and when the Emir Musa knew of his approach, he went forth to him and met him, and rejoiced at his arrival. And Talib handed to him the letter. So he took it and read it, and understood its meaning, and he put it upon his head, saying, "I hear and obey the command of the Prince of the Faithful." He determined to summon his great men, and they presented themselves, and he inquired of them respecting that which had been made known to him by the letter. Whereupon they said, "O Emir, if thou desire him who will guide thee to that place, have recourse to the Sheikh Abd-Samad, for he is a knowing man and hath traveled much, and he is acquainted with the deserts and wastes and the seas, and their inhabitants and their wonders, and the countries and their districts. Have recourse therefore to him, and he will direct thee to the object of thy desire." Accordingly, he gave orders to bring him, and he came before him, and lo, he was a very old man, whom the vicissitudes of years and times had rendered decrepit. The Emir Musa saluted him and said to him, "O Sheikh Abd-Samad, our Lord, the Prince of the Faithful, hath commanded us thus and thus, and I possess little knowledge of that land, and it hath been told me that thou art acquainted with that country and the routes. Hast thou then a wish to accomplish the affair of the Prince of the Faithful?" The Sheikh replied, "Know, O Emir, that this route is difficult, far extending, with few tracks." The Emir said to him, "How long a period doth it require?" He answered, "It is a journey of 2 years and some months going, and the like returning, and on the way are difficulties and horrors, and extraordinary and wonderful things. But," he said, "God will assuredly make this affair easy to us through the blessing attendant upon thee, O Viceroy of the Prince of the Faithful." After this they departed, and they continued their journey until they arrived at a palace. Whereupon the Sheikh said, "Advance with us to this palace, which presenteth a lesson to him who will be admonished." So the Emir Musa advanced thither, together with the Sheikh Abd-Samad and his chief companions, till they came to its entrance, and they found it open, and having lofty angles and steps, among which were 2 wide steps of colored marbles, the like of which hath not been seen. The ceilings and walls were decorated with gold and silver and minerals, and over the entrance was a slab, whereon was an inscription in ancient Greek. And the Sheikh Abdes Samad said, "Shall I read it, O Emir?" The Emir answered, "Advance and read." So he read it, and lo, it was poetry, and it was this: Here was a people whom, after their works, thou shalt see wept over for their lost dominion. And in this palace is the last information respecting lords collected in the dust. Death hath destroyed them and disunited them, and in the dust they have lost what they amassed, as though they had only put down their loads to rest a while. Quickly have they departed. And the Emir Musa wept and said, There is no deity but God, the living, the enduring, without failure. Then they attentively viewed the palace, and lo, it was devoid of inhabitants, destitute of household and occupants. Its courts were desolate, and its apartments were deserted, and in the midst of it was a chamber covered with a lofty dome, rising high into the air, around which were 400 tombs. And the Emir Musa drew near to the dome-crowned chamber, and lo, it had 8 doors of sandalwood, with nails of gold, ornamented with stars of silver set with various jewels. And he beheld in it a long tomb of terrible appearance, whereon was a tablet of iron of China. And the Sheikh Abdes Samad drew near to it and read its inscription, and lo, on it was written, Shouldst thou think upon me after the length of my age and the vicissitudes of days and circumstances, I am the son of Codadad, who held dominion over mankind and each tract of the whole earth. All the stubborn troops became abject unto me, and Esham from Misr unto Adnan. In glory I reigned, abasing their kings, the people of the earth fearing my dominion. And I beheld the tribes and armies in my power, and saw the countries and their inhabitants dread me. When I mounted, I beheld my army comprising 1,000,000 bridles upon neighing steeds, and I possessed wealth that could not be calculated, which I treasured up against misfortunes, determining to devote the whole of my property for the purpose of extending the term of my life. But the deity would not save the execution of his purpose, and thus I became separated from my brethren. Death, the disuniter of mankind, came to me, and I was removed from grandeur to the mansion of contempt, and I found the recompense of all my past actions, for which I am pledged. For I was sinful. Then raise thyself, lest thou be upon a brink, and beware of calamities. Mayest thou be led aright. And again the Emir Musa wept in considering the fates of the people, after which, as they were going about through the different apartments of the palace, and viewing attentively its chambers and its places of diversion, they came to a table upon 4 legs of alabaster, whereon was inscribed, Upon this table have eaten 1,000 one-eyed kings, and 1,000 kings each sound in both eyes. All of them have quitted the world and taken up their abode in the burial grounds and the graves. And the Emir Musa wrote down all this. Then he went forth, and took not with him from the palace aught save the table. The soldiers proceeded, with the Sheikh Abdes Samad before them showing them the way, until all the first day had passed, and the second, and the third. They then came to a high hill, at which they looked, and lo, upon it was a horseman of brass, on the top of whose spear was a wide and glistening head that almost deprived the beholder of sight, and on it was inscribed, O thou who comest unto me, if thou know not the way that leadeth to the city of brass, rub the hand of the horseman, and he will turn, and then will stop, and in whatsoever direction he stoppeth, thither proceed, without fear and without difficulty, for it will lead thee to the city of brass. And when the Emir Musa had rubbed the hand of the horseman, it turned like the blinding lightning and faced a different direction from that in which they were traveling. The party therefore turned thither and journeyed on, and it was the right way. They took that route and continued their course the same day and the next night until they had traversed a wide tract of country. And as they were proceeding, one day they came to a pillar of black stone, wherein was a person sunk to his armpits, and he had 2 huge wings and 4 arms, 2 of them like those of the sons of Adam, and 2 like the forelegs of lions, with claws. He had hair upon his head like the tails of horses, and 2 eyes like 2 burning coals, and he had a 3rd eye in his forehead, like the eye of the lynx, from which there appeared sparks of fire. He was black and tall, and he was crying out, Extolled be the perfection of my Lord, who hath appointed me this severe affliction and painful torture until the day of resurrection. When the party beheld him, their reason fled from them, and they were stupefied at the sight of his form, and retreated in flight. And the Emir Musa said to the Sheikh Abdes, Samad, what is this? He answered, I know not what he is. And the Emir said, Draw near to him and investigate his case. Perhaps he will discover it, and perhaps thou wilt learn his history. So the Sheikh Abdes Samad drew near to him and said to him, O thou person, what is thy name, and what is thy nature, and what hath placed thee here in this manner? And the person answered him, As to me, I am an Ifrit of the genies, and my name is Dahish, and I am restrained here by the majesty of God. Then the Emir Musa said, O Sheikh Abdes Samad, ask him what is the cause of his confinement in this pillar. He therefore asked respecting that, and the Ifrit answered him, Verily, my story is wonderful, and it is this. There belonged to one of the sons of Iblis an idol of red carnelian, of which I was made guardian, and there used to worship it one of the kings of the sea, of great glory, leading among his troops of the genies 1,000,000 warriors who smote with swords before him, and who answered his prayer in cases of difficulty. These genies who obeyed him were under my command and authority, following my words when I ordered them. All of them were in rebellion against Solomon, the son of David, and I used to enter the body of the idol and command them and forbid them. Now the daughter of that king was a frequent adorer of the idol, assiduous in the worship of it, and she was the handsomest of the people of her age, endowed with beauty and loveliness, and elegance and perfection. And I described her to Solomon, on whom be peace. So he sent to her father, saying to him, Marry to me thy daughter, and break thy carnelian idol, and bear witness that there is no deity but God, and that Solomon is the prophet of God. But if thou refuse, I will come to thee with forces that shall leave thee like yesterday that hath passed. And when the messenger of Solomon came to him, the king of the sea was insolent, and magnified himself, and was proud. Then he said to his viziers, What say ye respecting the affair of Solomon? For he hath sent demanding my daughter, and commanding me to break my carnelian idol and to adopt his faith. And they replied, O great king, can Solomon do aught unto thee when thou art in the midst of this vast sea? He cannot prevail against thee, since the genies will fight on thy side, and thou shalt seek aid against him of thine idol that thou worshippest. The right opinion is that thou consult thy red carnelian idol and hear what will be his reply. If he counsel thee to fight him, but otherwise do not. And upon this the king went immediately, and, going in to his idol, after he had offered a sacrifice and slain victims, fell down before it prostrate, and began to weep and to seek counsel. Thereupon I entered the body of the idol, by reason of my ignorance and my solicitude respecting the affair of Solomon, and recited this couplet. As for me, I am not in fear of him, for I am acquainted with everything. If he wish to wage war with me, I will go forth, and I will snatch his soul from him. So when the king heard my reply to him, his heart was strengthened, and he determined to wage war with Solomon the prophet of God, and to fight against him. Accordingly, when the messenger of Solomon came, he inflicted upon him a painful beating, and returned him a shameful reply. And he sent to threaten Solomon, saying to him by the messenger, Dost thou threaten me with false words? Either come thou to me, or I will go to thee. Then the messenger returned to Solomon, and acquainted him with all that had occurred. And when the prophet of God heard that, his resolution was roused, and he prepared his forces, consisting of genies and men, and wild beasts, and birds and reptiles. He commanded his vizier, Ed-Demiriet, the king of the genies, to collect them from every place. So he collected for him, of the devils, 600 millions. He also commanded Asaph, his vizier of men, to collect his soldiers of mankind, and their number was 1 million or more. He made ready the accoutrements and weapons, and mounted, with his forces, upon the magic carpet, with the birds flying over his head, and the wild beasts beneath the carpet marching, until he alighted upon his enemy's coast, and surrounded his island, having filled the land with the forces. He then sent to our king, saying to him, Behold, I have arrived. Therefore submit thyself to my authority, and acknowledge my mission, and break thine idol, and worship the one, the adored God, and marry to me thy daughter according to law. And say thou, and those who are with thee, I testify that there is no deity but God, and I testify that Solomon is the prophet of God. If thou say that, peace and safety shall be thy lot. But if thou refuse, thy defending thyself from me in this island shall not prevent thee. For God hath commanded the wind to obey me, and I will order it to convey me unto thee on the carpet, and will make thee an example to restrain others. So the messenger came to him, and communicated to him the message of the prophet. But the king said to him, There is no way for the accomplishment of this thing that he requireth. Therefore inform him that I am coming forth unto him. Accordingly, the messenger returned to Solomon, and gave him the reply. The king then sent to the people of his country, and collected for himself, of the genies that were under his authority, 1 million, and to these he added others, of the devils that were in the islands and on the mountains, after which he made ready his forces, and opened the armories, and distributed to them the weapons. And as to the prophet of God, he disposed his troops, commanding the wild beasts to form themselves into two divisions, on the right of the people and on their left, and commanding the birds to be upon the islands. He ordered them also, when the assault should be made, to tear out the eyes of their antagonists with their beaks, and to beat their faces with their wings. And he ordered the wild beasts to tear in pieces their horses. And they replied, "We hear and obey God, and thee, O prophet of God." Then Solomon set for himself a couch of alabaster, adorned with jewels, and plated with plates of red gold. And he placed his vizier Asaph on the right side, and his vizier Ed-Demiriat on the left side, and the kings of mankind on his right, and the kings of the genies on his left, and the wild beasts, and the vipers, and serpents before him. After this, they came upon us all together, and we contended with him in a wide tract for a period of 2 days. And calamity befell us on the 3rd day, and the decree of God was executed among us. The first who charged upon Solomon were I and my troops, and I said to my companions, "Keep in your places in the battlefield, while I go forth to them, and challenge Ed-Demiriat." And lo, he came forth, like a great mountain, his fires flaming, and his smoke ascending. And he approached, and smote me with a flaming fire, and his arrow prevailed over my fire. He cried out at me with a prodigious cry, so that I imagined the heaven had fallen, and the mountains shook at his voice. Then he commanded his companions, and they charged upon us all together. We also charged upon them. The fires rose, and the smoke ascended. The hearts of the combatants were almost cleft asunder, and the battle raged. The birds fought in the air, and the wild beasts in the dust, and I contended with Ed-Demiriat until he wearied me, and I wearied him, after which my companions and troops were enervated, and my tribes were routed. I flew from before Ed-Demiriat, but he followed me a journey of 3 months, until he overtook me. I had fallen down through fatigue, and he rushed upon me, and made me a prisoner. So I said to him, "By him who hath exalted thee and abased me, pity me, and take me before Solomon." But when I came before Solomon, he met me in a most evil manner. He caused this pillar to be brought, and hollowed it, and put me in it, and sealed me with his signet, after which he chained me, and Ed-Demiriat conveyed me to this place, where he set me down as thou seest me, and this pillar is my prison until the day of resurrection. The party therefore wondered at him, and at the horrible nature of his form, and the Emir Musa said, "There is no deity but God." And the Sheikh Abd es-Samad said to the Ifrit, "O thou, I ask thee concerning a thing, of which do thou inform us?" The Ifrit replied, "Ask concerning what thou wilt." And the Sheikh said, "Are there in this place any of the Ifrits confined in bottles of brass from the time of Solomon?" He answered, "Yes, in the sea of El-Karkar, where are a people of the descendants of Noah, whose country the deluge reached not, and they are separated there from the rest of the sons of Adam." "And where," said the Sheikh, "is the way to the city of brass, and the place wherein are the bottles? What distance is there between us and it?" The Ifrit answered, "It is near." So the party left him and proceeded, and there appeared to them in the distance a great black object with 2 fires corresponding with each other in position. Whereupon the Emir Musa said to the Sheikh, "What is this great black object, and these 2 corresponding fires?" The guide answered him, Be rejoiced, O Emir, for this is the city of brass, and this is the appearance of it that I find described in the Book of Hidden Treasures, that its wall is of black stones, and it hath 2 towers of brass, which the beholder seeth resembling 2 corresponding fires, and thence it is named the City of Brass. They ceased not to proceed until they arrived at it, and lo, it was lofty, strongly fortified, rising high into the air, impenetrable. The height of its walls was 80 cubits, and it had 25 gates, none of which would open but by means of some artifice. They stopped before it, and endeavored to discover one of its gates, but they could not. And the Emir Musa said to the Sheikh Abdes Samad, O Sheikh, I see not to this city any gate. The Sheikh replied, O Emir, thus do I find it described in the Book of Hidden Treasures, that it hath 25 gates, and that none of its gates may be opened but from within the city. And how, said the Emir, can we contrive to enter it and divert ourselves with a view of its wonders? Then the Emir Musa ordered one of his young men to mount a camel and ride round the city, in the hope that he might discover a trace of a gate. So one of his young men mounted and proceeded around it for 2 days with their knights, prosecuting his journey with diligence, and not resting. And when the 3rd day arrived, he came in sight of his companions, and he was astounded at that which he beheld of the extent of the city and its height. Then he said, O Emir, the easiest place in it is this place at which ye have alighted. And thereupon the Emir Musa took Talib and the Sheikh Abdes Samad, and they ascended a mountain opposite the city and overlooking it. And when they had ascended that mountain, they saw a city than which eyes had not beheld any greater. Its pavilions were lofty, and its domes were shining. Its rivers were running. Its trees were fruitful, and its gardens bore ripe produce. It was a city with impenetrable gates, empty, still, without a voice but the owl hooting in its quarters, and the raven croaking in its thoroughfare streets, and bewailing those who had been in it. And the Emir Musa fainted with sorrow. His tears ran down upon his cheeks, and he said, By Allah, indifference to the world is the most appropriate and the most sure course. And when they came back to the troops, they passed the day devising means of entering the city. And the Emir Musa said to those of his chief officers who were around him, How shall we contrive to enter the city, that we may see its wonders? Perhaps we shall find in it something by which we may ingratiate ourselves with the Prince of the Faithful. Talib replied, Let us make a ladder and mount upon it, and perhaps we shall gain access to the gate from within. And the Emir said, This is what occurred to my mind, and excellent is the advice. Then he called to the carpenters and blacksmiths, and ordered them to make straight some pieces of wood, and to construct a ladder covered with plates of iron. And they did so, and made it strong. They employed themselves in constructing it a whole month, and many men were occupied in making it. And they set it up and fixed it against the wall, and it proved to be equal to the wall in height, as though it had been made for it before that day. So the Emir Musa wondered at it, and said, God bless you. It seemeth from the excellence of your work, as though ye had adapted it by measurement to the wall. He then said to the people, Which of you will ascend this ladder, and mount upon the wall, and walk along it, and contrive means of descending into the city, that he may see how the case is, and then inform us of the mode of opening the gate?" And one of them answered, "I will ascend it, O Emir, and descend and open the gate." The Emir therefore replied, "Mount, God bless thee." Accordingly, the man ascended the ladder until he reached the top of it, when he stood and fixed his eyes toward the city, clapped his hands, and cried out with his loudest voice, saying, "Thou art beautiful." Then he cast himself down into the city and was destroyed. So the Emir Musa said, "If we do thus with all our companions, there will not remain of them one, and we shall be unable to accomplish our affair and the affair of the Prince of the Faithful. Depart ye, for we have no concern with this city." But one of them said, "Perhaps another than this may be more steady than he." And a second ascended, and a third, and a fourth, and a fifth, and they ceased not to ascend by that ladder to the top of the wall, one after another, until 12 men of them had gone, acting as acted the first. Therefore the Sheikh Abd Samad said, "There is none for this affair but myself, and the experienced is not like the inexperienced." But the Emir Musa said to him, "Thou shalt not do that, nor will I allow thee to ascend to the top of this wall. For shouldst thou die, thou wouldst be the cause of the death of us all, and there would not remain of us one, since thou art the guide of the party." The Sheikh, however, replied, "Perhaps the object will be accomplished by my means, through the will of God, whose name be exalted." And thereupon all the people agreed to his ascending. Then Abd Samad arose, and having said, "In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful," he ascended the ladder, repeating the praises of God and reciting the verses of safety until he reached the top of the wall, when he clapped his hands and fixed his eyes. The people therefore all called out to him and said, "O Sheikh Abd Samad, do not cast thyself down. If Abd Samad fall, we all perish." Then Abd Samad sat a long time repeating the praises of God and reciting the verses of safety, after which he rose with energy and called out with his loudest voice, "O Emir, no harm shall befall you, for God hath averted from me the effect of the artifice of the devil." So the Emir said to him, "What hast thou seen, O Sheikh?" He answered, "When I reached the top of the wall, I beheld 10 damsels, like moons, who made a sign with their hands, as though they would say, 'Come to us.' And it seemed to me that beneath me was a sea of water, whereupon I desired to cast myself down, as our companions did, but I beheld them dead, so I withheld myself from them, and recited some words of the Book of God, whereupon he averted from me the influence of those damsels, and they departed. Therefore I cast not myself down. There is no doubt that this is an enchantment which the people of this city contrived in order to repel from it every one who should wish to obtain access to it." He then walked along the wall till he came to the 2 towers of brass, when he saw that they had gates of gold, without any sign of the means of opening them. Therefore the Sheikh, looking attentively, saw in the middle of one of the gates a figure of a horseman of brass, having one hand extended, as though he were pointing with it, and on it was an inscription, which the Sheikh read, and lo, it contained these words, Turn the pin that is in the middle of the front of the horseman's body 12 times, and then the gate will open." So he turned the pin 12 times, whereupon the gate opened immediately, with a noise like thunder, and the sheikh entered. He was a learned man, acquainted with all languages and characters, and he walked on until he entered a long passage, whence he descended some steps, and he found a place with handsome wooden benches, on which were people dead, and over their heads were elegant shields, and keen swords, and strung bows, and notched arrows. And behind the next gate were a bar of iron, and barricades of wood, and locks of delicate fabric, and strong apparatus. Upon this, the sheikh said within himself, "Perhaps the keys are with these people." Then he looked, and lo, there was a sheikh who appeared to be the oldest of them, and he was upon a high wooden bench among the dead men. So Samad said, "May not the keys of the city be with this sheikh? Perhaps he was the gatekeeper of the city, and these were under his authority." He therefore drew near to him and lifted up his garments, and lo, the keys were hung to his waist. At the sight of them, Samad rejoiced exceedingly, and he took the keys, opened the locks, and pulled the gate and the barricades and other apparatus, which opened, and the gate also opened, with a noise like thunder. Upon this the sheikh exclaimed, "God is most great," and the people made the same exclamation with him, rejoicing at the event. The Emir Musa also rejoiced at the safety of Samad, and at the opening of the gate of the city. The people thanked him for that which he had done, and all the troops hastened to enter the gate. But the Emir Musa cried out to them, saying to them, "O people, if all of us enter, we shall not be secure from accident. Half shall enter, and half shall remain behind." The Emir Musa then entered the gate, and with him half of the people, who bore their weapons of war, and the party saw their companions lying dead. So they buried them. They saw also the gatekeepers and servants and chamberlains and lieutenants lying upon beds of silk, all of them dead. And they entered the market of the city, and beheld that the shops were open, and the scales hung up, and the utensils of brass ranged in order, and the stores were full of all kinds of goods. And they saw the merchants dead in their shops. Their skins were dried, and they had become examples to him who would be admonished. And they left this place, and passed on to the silk market, in which were silks and brocades interwoven with red gold and white silver upon various colors. And the owners were dead, lying upon skins, and appearing almost as though they would speak. Leaving these, they went on to the market of jewels and pearls and jacinths, and they left it, and passed on to the market of the money changers, whom they found dead, with varieties of silks beneath them, and their shops were filled with gold and silver. These they left, and they proceeded to the markets of the perfumers, and lo, their shops were filled with varieties of perfumes, and bags of musk, and ambergris, and aloes, wood, and camphor, and the owners were all dead, not having with them any food. And when they went forth from the market of the perfumers, they found near unto it a palace, decorated and strongly constructed. And they entered it, and found banners unfurled, and drawn swords, and strung bows and shields hung up by chains of gold and silver, and helmets gilded with red gold. And in the passages of that palace were benches of ivory, ornamented with plates of brilliant gold, and with silk, on which were men whose skins had dried upon the bones. The ignorant would imagine them to be sleeping, but from the want of food, they had died and tasted mortality. And the Emir Musa went on into the interior of the palace. There he beheld a great hall and 4 large and lofty chambers, each one fronting another, wide, decorated with gold and silver and with various colors. In the midst of the hall was a great fountain of alabaster, over which was a canopy of brocade, and in those chambers were fountains lined with marble, and channels of water flowed along the floors of those chambers, the 4 streams meeting in a great tank, lined with marbles of various colors. The Emir Musa then said to the Sheikh Abdus Samad, "Enter these chambers with us." So they entered the first chamber, and they found it filled with gold and with white silver, and pearls and jewels, and jacinths and precious minerals. They found in it also chests full of red and yellow and white brocades. And they went thence to the second chamber, and opened a closet in it. And lo, it was filled with arms and weapons of war, consisting of gilded helmets, and coats of mail, and swords, and lances, and maces, and other instruments of war and battle. Then they passed thence to the third chamber, in which they found closets having upon their doors closed locks, and over them were curtains worked with various kinds of embroidery. They opened one of these closets, and found it filled with weapons decorated with varieties of gold and silver and jewels. And they went thence to the fourth chamber, where also they found closets, one of which they opened, and they found it full of utensils for food and drink, consisting of various vessels of gold and silver, and saucers of crystal, and cups set with brilliant pearls, and cups of carnelian, and other things. So they began to take what suited them of those things, and each of the soldiers carried off what he could. And when they determined to go forth from those chambers, they saw there a door inlaid with ivory and ebony, and adorned with plates of brilliant gold. Over it was hung a curtain of silk, worked with various kinds of embroidery, and upon it were locks of white silver, to be opened by artifice without a key. The Sheikh Abdus Samad therefore advanced to those locks, and he opened them by his knowledge and excellent skill. And the party entered a passage paved with marble, upon the sides of which were curtains whereon were figured various wild beasts and birds, all these being worked with red gold and white silver, and their eyes were of pearls and jacinths. Whosoever beheld them was confounded. They then passed on, and found a saloon constructed of polished marble adorned with jewels. The beholder imagined that upon its floor was running water, and if anyone walked upon it, he would slip. The Emir Musa therefore ordered the Sheikh Abdus Samad to throw upon it something that they might be enabled to walk on it. And he did this, and contrived so that they passed on, and they found in it a great dome constructed of stones gilded with red gold. The party had not beheld, in all that they had seen, anything more beautiful than it, and in the midst of that dome was a great dome-crowned structure of alabaster, around which were lattice windows, decorated and adorned with oblong emeralds, such as none of the kings could procure. In it was a pavilion of brocade, raised upon columns of red gold, and within this were birds, the feet of which were of emeralds. Beneath each bird was a net of brilliant pearls, spread over a fountain, and by the brink of the fountain was placed a couch, adorned with pearls and jewels and jacinths, whereon was a damsel resembling the shining sun. Eyes had not beheld one more beautiful. Upon her was a garment of brilliant pearls. On her head was a crown of red gold, with a fillet of jewels. On her neck was a necklace of jewels, in the middle of which were refulgent gems, and upon her forehead were 2 jewels, the light of which was like that of the sun, and she seemed as though she were looking at the people and observing them to the right and left. When the Emir Musa beheld this damsel, he wondered extremely at her loveliness, and was confounded by her beauty and the redness of her cheeks and the blackness of her hair. Any beholder would imagine that she was alive and not dead. And they said to her, "Peace be on thee, O damsel." But Talib said to the Emir, "May God amend thy state. Know that this damsel is dead. There is no life in her. How then can she return the salutation?" And he added, "O Emir, she is skillfully embalmed, and her eyes have been taken out after her death, and quicksilver hath been put beneath them, after which they have been restored to their places. So they gleam, and whenever the air putteth them in motion, the beholder imagineth that she twinkleth her eyes, though she is dead. And as to the couch upon which was the damsel, it had steps, and upon the steps were 2 slaves, one of them white and the other black, and in the hand of one of them was a weapon of steel, and in the hand of the other a jeweled sword that blinded the eyes. And before the 2 slaves was a tablet of gold, whereon was read an inscription, which was this: "In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, praise be to God, the creator of man, and he is the Lord of lords, and the cause of causes. O thou, if thou know me not, I will acquaint thee with my name and my descent. I am Tedmer, the daughter of the king of the Amalekites. I possessed what none of the kings possessed, and ruled with justice, and acted impartially toward my subjects. I gave and bestowed, and I lived a long time in the enjoyment of happiness and an easy life, and possessing emancipated female and male slaves. Thus I did until the summoner of death came to my abode, and disasters occurred before me. And the case was this: 7 years in succession came upon us, during which no water descended on us from heaven, nor did any grass grow for us on the face of the earth. So we ate what food we had in our dwellings, and after that we fell upon the beasts and ate them, and there remained nothing. Upon this, therefore, I caused the wealth to be brought, and meted it with a measure, and sent it by trusty men, who went about with it through all the districts, not leaving unvisited a single large city to seek for some food. But they found it not, and they returned to us with the wealth after a long absence. So thereupon we exposed to view our riches and our treasures, locked the gates of the fortresses in our city, and submitted ourselves to the decree of our Lord, committing our case to our master. And thus we all died, as thou beholdest, and left what we had built and what we had treasured. This is our story. Whoso arriveth at our city and entereth it, let him take of the wealth what he can, but not touch anything that is on my body, for it is the covering of my person. Therefore let him fear God, and not seize aught of it, for he would destroy himself. Peace be on you. I beg God, moreover, to save you from the evil of trials and sickness. The Emir Musa, when he heard these words, again wept, and was admonished by what he witnessed. He then said to his companions, "Bring the sacks, and fill them with part of these riches and these vessels and rarities and jewels. And thereupon Talib, the son of Saul, said to the Emir Musa, O Emir, shall we leave this damsel with the things that are upon her? They are things that have no equal, nor is the like of them at any time found, and they are more than the riches thou hast taken, and will be the best present by which thou mayest ingratiate thyself with the Prince of the Faithful. But the Emir replied, Heardest thou not that which the damsel hath given as a charge, in the inscription upon this tablet? Moreover, and especially, she hath given it as a charge offered in confidence, and we are not of the people of treachery. The Vizier Talib, however, said, And on account of these words, wilt thou leave these riches and these jewels when she is dead? What then should she do with these things, which are the ornaments of the world and the decoration of the living? With a garment of cotton might this damsel be covered, and we are more worthy of the things than she. Then he drew near to the steps and ascended them until he reached the spot between the two slaves, when, lo, one of these two smote him upon his back, and the other smote him with the sword that was in his hand, and struck off his head, and he fell down dead. So the Emir Musa said, May God not regard with mercy thy resting place. There was in these riches a sufficiency, and covetousness doth dishonor the person in whom it existeth. He thereupon gave orders for the entry of the troops, who accordingly entered, and they loaded the camels with part of those riches and minerals, after which the Emir Musa commanded them to close the gate as it was before. They then proceeded along the sea coast until they came in sight of a high mountain overlooking the sea. In it were many caves, and lo, in these was a people of the blacks, clad in hides, and with burnouses of hides upon their heads, whose language was not known. And when they saw the troops, they ran away from them and fled, while their women and their children stood at the entrances of the caves. So the Emir Musa said, O Sheikh Abdis Samad, what are these people? And he answered, These are the objects of the inquiry of the Prince of the Faithful. They therefore alighted, and the tents were pitched, and the riches were put down, and they had not rested when the king of the blacks came down from the mountain and drew near to the troops. He was acquainted with the Arabic language, wherefore, when he came to the Emir Musa, he saluted him, and the Emir returned his salutation and treated him with honor. Then the king of the blacks said to the Emir, Are ye of mankind, or of the genies? The Emir answered, As to us, we are of mankind, and as to you, there is no doubt but that ye are of the genies, because of your seclusion in this mountain that is separated from the world, and because of the greatness of your make. But the king of the blacks replied, Nay, we are a people of the race of Adam, of the sons of Ham, the son of Noah, on whom be peace. And as to this sea, it is known by the name of El Karkar. The Emir Musa then said to him, We are the associates of the king of El-Islam, Abd el-Melek, the son of Marwan, and we have come on account of the bottles of brass that are here in your sea, and wherein are the devils imprisoned, from the time of Solomon, the son of David. He hath commanded us to bring him some of them, that he may see them and divert himself by the view of them. And the king of the blacks replied, Most willingly. Then he feasted him with fish, and ordered the divers to bring up from the sea some of the bottles of Solomon. And they brought up for them 12 bottles, wherewith the Emir Musa was delighted, and the Sheikh Abdes Samad also, and the soldiers, on account of the accomplishment of the affair of the Prince of the Faithful. The Emir Musa thereupon presented to the King of the Blacks many presents, and gave him large gifts. In like manner, too, the King of the Blacks gave to the Emir Musa a present, consisting of wonders of the sea. Then they bade him farewell, and they journeyed back until they came to the land of Syria, and went in to the Prince of the Faithful, whereupon the Emir Musa acquainted him with all that he had seen, and all that had occurred to him with respect to the verses and histories and admonitions, and told him of the case of Talib, the son of Saul. And the Prince of the Faithful said to him, "Would that I had been with you, that I might have beheld what ye beheld." He then took the bottles and proceeded to open one after another, and the devils came forth from them, saying, "Repentance, O Prophet of God, we will not return to the like conduct ever." And Abd el-Melek, the son of Marwan, wondered at this. After this, the Prince of the Faithful caused the riches to be brought before him, and divided them among the people. And he said, "God hath not bestowed upon anyone the like of what he bestowed upon Solomon the son of David. This is the end of that which hath come down to us, of the history of the city of brass, entire, and God is all-knowing." The end. Thank you for taking the time to listen along with me this evening. I hope this has helped to relax you, and that you have enjoyed the story. If there are any stories you would like to hear in the future, please leave a comment in the section below. And please consider subscribing so that you won't miss out on all the stories coming to the channel very soon. And until next time, goodbye for now.